Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the CII Indian Chemicals and Petrochemicals Conference 2025. Beginning with the opening session, the plenary session on driving competitiveness strategies for the future, may I invite on stage Mr. Zarir Langrana, past chairman, CII National Committee on Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Mr. R. Mukundan, President Designate CII and Chairman CII National Committee on Chemicals and Petrochemicals and MD and CEO Tata Chemicals Limited, Shri Deepakar Aaron, Joint Secretary Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Mr. Deepak Jain, CEO and Managing Director Jubilant Ingravia Limited, Mr. Vikas Garg, Managing Director Forest Speciality Chem Private Limited, Mr. Rahul Tiku, Managing Director and CEO Optime Specialities Private Limited, and Mr. Sabulil Nandi, Executive Director and CEO Chemicals DCM Shriram Limited. May I now request Mr. R. Mukundan, President Designate CII, to kindly give his address, please. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute honor to be here with all of you for this plenary session, which is on broadly driving competitiveness strategies for future. I'll speak a bit about this. I've just come back with visit from overseas. A lot of thoughts on it. Maybe I'll pepper that in. In the printed document is been given to me. As is usual, you have to stick to that, but I'll just pepper some thoughts in. Also, let me give a special welcome to Shri Deepakar Aaron, our Joint Secretary in DCPC, and whose vision and leadership we always really look forward to in pushing forward in propelling our sector. We all know this is one of the most dynamic sectors, and actually it powers the other sectors, starting from agriculture to space technology. And it has been, it will be a great partner also in terms of India's push towards sustainability, innovation, and Viksit Bharat can only happen with Viksit Chemicals. And really, Viksit Chemicals must be the key push to power the way forward for Viksit Bharat. So if you want B, you need the C. In terms of investments, I think this industry has been pushing forward with a positive move on investments. This industry also has got many MSMEs, which many promoters have started and have brought in new ways of doing business, and have also developed a huge human capital, especially in various parts of India. And holistically, I think this industry has contributed towards everything positive economically, but would do more on decarbonization, circularity, waste management, and everything. The second piece which this industry needs to focus, I think, is on transformation, which is how do you work with digital and AI. And the third piece is how do you make capable people here who are ready for the future. So I just thought maybe, I'll give a glimpse of the change out there. While we all know that sustainability is something India is committed to. 2070 we said, but many Indian companies are probably going to hit that number by 2050, zero carbon. Many companies are pushing on biodiversity, on things like circularity. These are core to what we want to do. But the other wave which is on us, I think we are completely underestimating. The wave of AI and digital. I can only tell you the glimpse of it. 1.5 trillion investment going in the ground in the next 2 years. It's a build-out which I have not seen of the scale, and I'm coming from that part of the world where this build-out is happening in just one country. And there's a competing build-out happening in other parts of the world. You just heard 15 billion investment in Andhra Pradesh by Google. But these are all glimpses of what is going to be made, and I think we have to get ready. We have to embrace this, and this industry must be at the forefront. And I think if you look at the charts, and many charts, many consultants will show to you, that we've been one of the laggards, one of the industry sectors which needs to improve the pace of embracing it, and I'm pretty sure that will be something which we will discover as we go along. But I think as a key members of this industry, I think we need to focus also a bit more on this area of how are we going to cope with it, how are we going to embrace it. And while these two are the key parts, I think one of the big issues is how we also look at the supply chain resilience, and large parts of this business in terms of criticality are dependent on few countries, and how do we sort of make sure that that dependency goes down will be another key aspect. So I believe that within CII, we want to sort of support this coming together of the industry and the sector to build these future-ready models, and also build it on the basis of skilling and through industry-academia collaboration. So company-to-company collaboration, government-to-company collaboration, company-to-academia collaboration is something which we truly believe in, and that's what we want to do through this exercise. So to Mr. Arun, I just want to say that we are deeply thankful for your support to this sector, very progressive policy reforms, and I think not only have we initiated them at the center, I think many states are now following the lead of this center to say how can they be embraced more open to this industry, which is a very critical industry for us. With these, I think if we focus on two broad pillars I highlighted, which is tech and sustainability, we will really create a benchmark here and attain global leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukundan. May I now invite on stage Shri Deepankar Aaron, Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, to kindly give his special address, please. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar and a very good morning, Mr. Mukundan, Mr. Zarir Langrana, Mr. Deepak Jain, Mr. Vikas Garg, Mr. Rahul Tikku, Mr. Sabalil Nandi, lot of friends in the audience and distinguished captains of industry. It's a pleasure to be here, and I compliment and congratulate CII for taking this initiative on 8th time on a trot. I think from what Mr. Mukundan said, we have the chemical industry needs to keep doing brainstorming in partnership with industry, with government, and for the best ideas to keep coming up and keep getting reinforced. I don't know what's going to be special about this address. You marked this as a special address. I have doubts about it, but because the ideas are the same, but yes, we need to reinforce the conviction amongst ourselves and the confidence that we are at a very strategic point of time in the history, and India is poised to make this transformation in which chemical industry has been playing the instrumental role and will play an even greater role as we move from the Vikashsheel to the Viksit goal. And I don't have to tell you that you are the ones who are doing it, but we've been growing at 6% per annum, roughly cumulative average growth rate. But to reach the goal of $30 trillion in another 22 years, as laid down by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, the chemical industry has to actually step up, because it is indeed the spine and the backbone of the entire economy, not just in the country but in the world, as India increasingly is integrating through its FTAs, its global engagement, both on the industry front as well as diplomatic front. The chemical industry needs to step up from 6.5, I believe, to 9.5 to 10 to reach the figures which we have in all the consultants, the Big Four's reports of McKinsey and PricewaterhouseCoopers, the $300 billion by 2030, $1 trillion by 2040, and $2 trillion by 2047. But we really need to think hard as to what needs to be done within the industry in partnership with the government to whatever government can do. The good thing is the sector has been unregulated, and we're very proud of that. We really don't regulate, and I think that's one good reason the sector has flourished and should flourish even more, therefore. But we do understand the role of catalyst. It's extremely important. We need to do that. So the challenges, I think your session, as you said, we need to stick to the session's topic. So this is pathways for overcoming structural bottlenecks, and you've identified a few in the agenda, which is increased focus on FTA. So we all are very delighted, I'm sure you're more delighted than us, that we have this UK FTA with us. We have the EFTA FTA with us. We have EU close on the heels. Peru and Chile are in the process of negotiation. The US, I'm sure, notwithstanding the headwinds we had, now I think it's hopefully a thing of the past. There is a renewed vigor in the relationship, and I'm sure things are going to go only up from here. And the concern, we were at Mumbai earlier this month, a few weeks back, and the 6.7 US is our biggest market if we look at our industry with $6.7 billion worth of export. But if we look at these new opportunities, we have to be always reinventing ourselves in searching for these markets. So UK, we have exports of just about $1 billion, and some of you have a good presence in UK, but we account for less than 2% of the total petrochemical imports in UK. So if we just take a heuristic, I take your permission to take a figure of 10% for sake of discussion to kind of trigger us, to propel us, then we step up our exports by another close to $3 billion. Likewise, in EFTA, the chemical sector accounts for, from India, 30% of total merchandise exports. In fact, in most of the major trading partners, I'm sure you know this, we account for about 10 to 20% of the total basket of merchandise exports. It's no mean achievement, right? So if in EFTA we go up, while it's 30% of total Indian exports, but it again accounts for 2% of EFTA's chemical and petrochemical imports. So again, if we take a 10% heuristic figure, we can up it by another $2.6 billion. And likewise, Peru and Chile, we can step up by another 500 million to $1 billion plus dollars of exports. So we can easily, enhance our export volumes and values by as much as we do to the US. So, but we need to think through, we need to devise our strategies, our marketing strategies, what's the barriers which we need to overcome. Of course, the tariff reduction would help us. And we are increasingly engaging with a lot of other countries on bilateral basis as well. So we had I was mentioning to Mr. Janardhan that we had the Vice Minister for Industries and Minerals from Saudi Arabia. Yesterday we had a bilateral engagement. Sometime prior to that, we've had a bilateral mechanism of trade monitoring mechanism between India and Brazil. And the endeavor is, as Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, to take our bilateral trade from $12 billion to $20 billion over the course of next few years. And this meeting was recently led by the Commerce Secretary in India. Their Secretary for Commerce was here. We also joined hands from the ICPC. And we account for close to 16% of exports to Brazil. Some of you are actually exporting their agrochemicals and organic chemicals. That can be taken further up. There are a lot of synergies with EU now that, which can be harnessed in terms of enhancing our engagement, in terms of joint ventures, in terms of partnerships. But let me now at this point of time come to, I believe, and something which is well known, the biggest challenge which we need to overcome. And I would take you to this very beautiful announcement by the Nobel Academy a couple of days back. The Nobel Prize for Economics this time has been given to these three gentlemen, Joel Mokyr, Philip Aghion, and Peter Howitt. And what it has been given for is quite interesting. It has been given for their recognition of the role that innovation has all along played in the economic growth of countries across the world. And where innovation has been lacking, the growth has lagged. And it has also impressed upon their work the role that culture in a society plays in enhancing and promoting the concept of innovation. So we really need to imbibe this. I believe from the industry itself, I had heard at the ICC event in Mumbai, I think it was probably Professor Padam Bhushan, Mr. Joshi mentioning that, we are 20% less competitive than what we should be in terms of cost competitiveness, the Indian chemical industry. So while these global headwinds in terms of whatever they are there, we need to look inwards and see how we can overcome them by being more efficient, by going for economies of scale, by reducing the cost, by adopting technology first and foremost. And some statistics are very relevant here. We spent about 0.66% of GDP India, total spent on R&D. And that has been the figure for last almost, varying a little bit, but by and large the same over the last 2 decades. And if we compare that with some of the peers, only to get inspired, it's higher. For example, Russia, it's 1.1, for China, it's 2.4, for Brazil, it's 1.3%, for Germany, I believe it's 3% plus, and for Korea, it's close to 5%, 4.5 to 5%. In addition, chemicals account for less than 4% of the R&D spent amongst different industrial sectors. So there's no award for guessing who is number one in the sector. It's pharmaceutical, which gets the share of lion's share of 33.6%, but textiles another 13.8%. We need to up our global innovation index ranking. So I urge upon the industry, the spend by private sector in the country is also less. I think it's about 0.7% or more, you would know better, but we need to really look at how we can give a quantum jump and not an incremental jump. And I'm often reminded about, I mentioned this in Mumbai as well, on innovation. Oxford Morris, the car which became ambassador in India in 1950s, and it became Datsun in Japan. So they kept on incrementally doing the changes on, incremental every year after year, every year. It became the modern car that it did 50 years down the line while ambassador remained the same. So I'm sure there may be paddlers in the chemical sector which we need to think through and adopt the requisite changes. On our side, we're also conscious of quality and safety and sustainability standards, and the department and the government has issued, I think amongst different ministries, quite a few quality control orders have been issued to inculcate high quality production. But we've also been very mindful of the fact that it should not cause disruptions in the downstream industry, because we have, as Mr. Mukundan mentioned, large MSME presence in this sector. There are close to 4 lakh plus MSMEs who account for employment of close to about 29 lakh, 2.9 million people, and apart from the large units. So the inflationary impact or the disruption impact for MSME is important. So we have in fact withdrawn 3 QCOs recently, as some of you may be aware, aniline, and because the domestic capacities weren't commensurate, they were less than 20%, and they hadn't changed with time. They were brought in and we kept them under exemption, but we eventually withdrew. We've also given exceptions in certain cases, like for example, phosphoric acid, if it's used for manufacturing of fertilizers, which is a key input. Most of the chemicals are key inputs for all sectors of the economy, but here there's a direct nexus between agriculture and this, so we exempted that if it's used for this purpose. Hydrogen peroxide, if it's used for defense or aerospace related applications, this comes in high purity, we made an exemption there. So I think we need to look at ways to increase our competitiveness through cost reduction and increasing adoption of research and development. I would not talk much about what we've done on infrastructure. You are well aware, but what I would mention is we have been circulating some mails to industry seeking your views and comments on what we can do to come out with a, look at the chemical parks infrastructure, what can be done to make new ones, and we've sought your views. They've been coming in as well, so it's a work in progress. The Niti Aayog has also flagged this, and it's not that they've done it without our brainstorming with you or with us, so it's a work in progress. There's a work in progress on research and development initiatives. We have launched a portal also. I think I mentioned this the last time. We have this Industry Academia Collaborative Portal. It's operational. We have more than 1,000 industries which have joined. More than 50 academic institutions which have joined, but I think the numbers are much less than what they should be. And more importantly, we want you to please use the portal. I see Professor Ghosh here from IIT Delhi. In fact, at the Mumbai event, we had the director of IIT Mumbai, And I did mention that perhaps the IITs could think of doing a chemical conference wherein all IIT join hands, and it's done by rotation, wherein the initiatives you are taking in terms of collaboration with industry are sort of discussed and presented for benefit of everybody, and that will generate, and you invite industry also, and we'll be happy to join hands. And in fact, to Professor Katyar, I mentioned that he had come the other day. You please send a concept note and on these lines, and we'll be happy to support it in whichever way possible. And it will also ensure there is no duplication of research, and club it with the portal. So I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to make a request to you that whatever suggestions keep coming, I would request the CII to keep giving us your inputs in terms of concrete measures which you think we can do to support you. And, you provide the solution, you provide the amendment in legislation. For example, we have a lot of environmental issues which naturally are a matter of concern when it comes to chemical industry, given the backdrop of global accidents that have happened in the sector. So there are regulations, and there is at the same time a need to look at possible simplifications wherever they can be done. So we have taken up quite a few issues with MOEFCC, and we continue to do so, but so should you. So keep coming with specifics, backed with data. Likewise, for fiscal changes, duty structure changes, wherever we have inverted duty structure. Some of you have been making your suggestions and recommendations, and we are all compiling them now that the budget deliberations would commence any time. So I request the CII, whether it is chemical park infrastructure, PCPR infrastructure, R&D initiatives, environmental issues, tax-related suggestions, please do. I'm sure today's conference and the sessions that you have would provide an opportunity for you to compile them, assimilate them, and share them with us for taking it further as much as we could do from our end. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to have this interaction with all of you. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Dipankar. May I now request Mr. Langrana to kindly take over the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. As you've heard right now from Mr. Aaron in his extremely lucid special address, and before that from Mukund in his opening address, I think the ambitions and aspirations of our sector are extremely clear in terms of the role that we need to play in national development, and obviously taking our rightful preeminent place in the global value chain. Obviously, to turn these aspirations into actual achievement is going to require a set of gears that perfectly mesh together to drive this vision. And today's session with our four eminent panel members, industry experts that bring together a wealth of experience and insight, we'll try and delve into some of these areas in terms of what we can do as a sector to drive this vision forward on a sustainable, globally competitive basis. In the interest of time and to try and cover as much ground as we can, I'll request our panelists to keep their responses to about maybe 3 or 4 minutes each so that we can have time for some audience interaction as well. So let me dive right in with you, Deepak. Given the kind of rapid, volatile, and more recently, unpredictable changes that we are seeing in the global supply chain, what do you think are, in your opinion, the 2, 3 concrete actions that the industry should take now to capture a significant part of the global value chain? And where do you think these potential markets exist?
Thank you for that question, Zarir. That's a very pertinent question in today's time. But before I answer this specific question, I would just like to share at least my perspectives on this. You use the word, the short-term volatility and whatever is happening in the industry. My personal view is it's overplayed, right? Of course, there are lots of things happening globally and in India in the industry in the short term. But that's, all of us have gone through, have been in the industry for a long time to have gone through many such cycles, and it is just another cycle, I believe. If I look at the long-term fundamentals of our industry, of India manufacturing more broadly, I am a firm believer that, and I have said that in the past also in various events, I think these are the golden decades of India manufacturing if you take a slightly longer term view rather than just talk about the next few months or quarters or a couple of years. You look at what's happening globally. I have probably met almost 200 different customers in various parts of the world, and not even a single customer has said that they are changing their long-term plans based on whatever the short-term volatility which the markets are throwing at us. Everyone is talking about diversifying their supply chain. Everyone is talking about looking at India as a strategic element or spike in their overall global value chains. Everyone is talking about doing more and more partnerships with Indian companies. Of course, in the short term, there are challenges. The customers are facing challenges. All of us are facing challenges. The tariff-related uncertainty, hopefully it will go in near future. But we have to take whatever we do, the long-term view and be optimistic about it, and then only we can come out of this deep trough we are in. And I do feel that we can come out of it. I think lots of stats have already been shared by Mukundan and Mr. Aaron, but I was a consultant before taking over this role for almost 20 years, and I did an analysis several years back, right at the peak of COVID. China is almost 10 times of India in chemical industry, and their exports were growing at about 10 to 15% at that time. Even if all the incremental growth that was supposed to go to China, we take 20% of that. Over a 5-year period, our industry will become double of what it is now. So we're not talking about taking a lion's share of whatever incremental demand or growth was happening in China or any other country for that matter. We're just talking about 20% of whatever incremental growth was coming. So we don't need to displace anything which is existing. We don't need to take 70, 80, 100% of whatever incremental growth was happening in terms of exports from China and some of the other countries. We're just talking about a minuscule amount, and we double up as an industry. So I think whatever we need to do as an industry, as each individual who are part of different companies, has to be with a slightly mid to longer term perspective. And with that backdrop, if I come to your question now, I think there are 3 or 4 things at least what I am trying to do in this role that I'm playing. Number one, I am a firm believer of customer centricity. In times like this, the more you engage with your customers, the more you speak to them, the more you understand their problems, the more you respond to them, that leads to a strengthening of relationship. And that's what, like I said, I've been just traveling and meeting customers, and every conversation is giving me, one, of course, the trust of the customer, but also it is invariably leading to many opportunities which we have created as a funnel, and that will serve not just the next quarter or 2 or 4, but I think the multiple years, which is the horizon at least I am looking at. Number 2, I think as Mr. Aaron already highlighted the role of innovation. But we have been doing innovation as an industry, but a lot of focus has been on the process R&D so far, at least in the chemical industry. How do we make it agile? And that's a strength we must keep harnessing and getting more out of it. But we need to be a lot more agile. I'll give you a small example. In our company, at least, the R&D used to take at least 14 days whenever a custom synthesis request used to come from the customer. A couple of months back, we started applying generative AI into it, and the lead time reduced by 20% straight away, within weeks. Now, of course, there's a lot more potential, and I believe it should come down to 3 days from 14 days. It will take time, but it will happen. And in this volatile world, when every morning when you get up and read the newspaper, something new is happening, the one thing that all customers expect is responsiveness, and in an agile way. So that is the second thing we are working on. And the third thing I would say is, of course, the efficiency, which again Mr. Aaron mentioned. I think we are privileged to be in a country where the cost of labor is low, and we can manufacture lower than many other countries in the world. If you look at what is happening in Europe, almost every day there is a news of one plant shutting down. Where is all that volume going? Because the industry is not degrowing. It might be flat, but it is not going negative. All of that is either going to China or is coming to India. I look at it as an opportunity rather than as a challenge. And that's why I'm just focusing on ensuring in our core products we reduce cost almost at least 2 to 3% every year, like the way auto industry has done, and obviously in some of the bigger products even more. So those are the three things I would say, Zari.
Thank you, Deepak. Vikas, let me turn to you now. The cost, efficiency, and spread of infrastructure within the country has certainly been improving over time, but it's still being pointed out to be a bit of a speed breaker, especially for our industry. Beyond identifying the problem, what do you think are some of the specific investable models that we can look forward to in order to close this competitive gap? And more importantly, what role can industry play in that?
Yeah, thank you, Zarir. In fact, today, the infrastructure, if you look at, has in the last couple of years, it has improved a lot in terms of the road, in terms of the industrial clusters, in terms of the chemical clusters, economic zones which the government has brought in. But still, if you look at the gap between the competing countries like China or South Korea or even Germany, the gap is quite wide. And now, as JS also said, that we have to look at becoming the third largest economy in the world. And for doing so, we have to now do the transformation. And this transformation has to do on 3 counts. We have to decrease the cost, speed, and reliability. So these are the 3 things which the global buyer looks at, and which as Indian economy still we have a lot to do: cost, speed, and reliability. So some of the things which can be done is obviously setting up of the dedicated industrial and chemical clusters in which there could be a common facility related to the effluent treatment, the common facility of the logistics, common facility of storage, even the safety. So having such infrastructure, plug-and-play infrastructure, would certainly decrease the cost of the industry significantly and make it very competitive. The petrochemical, chemical, and your petroleum chemical and petrochemical investment parks is again something which, if they are placed near the feedstocks and also the ports, it will bring the supply chain and also the export facilities at one place. So obviously that's also something which can be done. On the logistic infrastructure, there's a lot to be done. The ports, they need to have the dedicated chemical handling terminals. The custom clearance processes, they have to be, I would say, better and very faster. So that is also something which needs to be done at a faster pace. And all these are long-term. There are on the short and medium term, I would say that government should take up these initiatives in the existing clusters as well, because obviously the existing clusters is where there is a lot of industry already sitting there. So, we always talk about making new clusters and plug-and-play facility, but you won't have all the industry moving out from the existing clusters. We need to make that industry also competitive. There is a huge investment which has already gone by. So, we need to upgrade our existing industrial clusters also in doing all this. And we need to, as our earlier speakers have also said, we need to strengthen our automation, the digitization, smart manufacturing infrastructure as well, because, and one of the biggest thing which JS just said, we still have dependence on a lot of chemicals. But how can we, reduce the dependence? We need to incentivize the R&D, research, and also innovation hubs. If you don't incentivize that, and if you don't create that, because today industry is spending quite significantly, because if I talk about my industry, we have spent at least 10% in R&D in the last 3 years. And we have developed significant number of molecules. But obviously with very minuscule incentives which we have, obviously it is very difficult to carry on with this, on a sustainable basis. Plus, not every industry can afford that investment. There's a lot of industry which want to innovate, but obviously they see the opportunity also, but they don't have that investment capability or appetite, I would say. So there's a need of the collaborative approach for all these, because obviously the industry and government needs to collaborate, and there could be a collaboration by the way of I would say, for bringing in, there could be a co-partnership also. Many of these infrastructure which are built can be on pay as you use them, because, if they are pay as you use them, then obviously, then the return of the investment, whether it is from the government or it is co-funded from the industry, it would certainly come. Apart from this, for digitization is something, because our efficiencies are very low still. So we need to focus on our digitization as well. So for doing so, my suggestion is that for the existing industry, probably government can consider for upgrading their infrastructure itself, because existing industry infrastructure is also, upgradation is also important. Probably a technology upgradation fund could be something which might be considered. Also for the industry which is investing into making new molecules or new products which are necessarily imported as of now, we could also consider giving PLI for them. So these are some of the initiatives which I feel.
Thank you, Vikas. Sabilil, your organization has over these last few years seen aggressive growth, addition to capacity, right? Today, probably 1 million tons plus in your core products. But, India's chemical output typically has been focused towards bulk commodities. How do you think you can strategically accelerate the move towards high value-added specialty products? And do you have some examples that you could share with us?
Sure, Zarir. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Firstly, before addressing the move to specialty, let me also make a submission that bulk per se is not bad, and bulk is, we both have worked for Tata Chemicals. My current organization also is primarily into bulk. So bulk is all about stability. Bulk is all about cost competitiveness, operational excellence. It's about economies of scale. It's about making sure that there is those long-term contracts for development. And finally, bulk is mostly the source or the raw material provider to the specialty. So therefore, the foundation of bulk is something that is to be treasured, that is to be nurtured and protected, while, of course, and especially for organizations like ours who have had a legacy in bulk. Having said that, certainly value-added products that take one closer to the end consumer, which is what we typically talk of as specialty chemicals, is something that is a journey worth taking, especially if that space is currently being occupied by players for some whatever historical and legacy reasons. And we are witnessing a number of those tectonic shifts, as some of the earlier speakers have spoken of, plant closures, capacities going out of certain parts of the world, Europe in particular. And so those present opportunities for players in India to forward integrate or to look at adjacencies in the specialty chemical space. And those are opportunities worth taking, as Deepak also mentioned earlier. We are probably, all said and done, there is doomsday and there is complacency, and as people say, human mind generally tends to vacillate between the two extremes of either feeling very complacent or feeling paranoid, but the mind is most fertile when there is a right balance between complacency and paranoia, which is what probably Indian industry is. There is a threat of everything that one talks of. There is complacency that the decade is and the century is going to be that of India. And in that context, some of us here in the bulk space who are moving into specialty chemicals, I think there are very, very interesting opportunities which we need to grab quickly. Coming to specific of what we are trying to do, a couple of examples. For example, in DC Chemicals, we have recently announced the entry into advanced materials, which is about epoxy, which is a natural extension. So a bit of plastics chemistry. So if you do electrolysis of brine, it gives you caustic soda, NaOH, and then there is a chlorine output that comes out along with hydrogen, and then the chlorine lends itself to forward integration. And some of those value chains, for historic reasons, have been not in India. I don't know why. So it was a very nice and elegant forward integration for us when we went into epichlorohydrin. Now we've gone into one step further, using epichlorohydrin and bisphenol to go into epoxy. What I'm trying to say is that some of those are probably lying there for the industry to exploit. One that just needs to look around and take those low-hanging fruits and move with them. That's the way. And then, while epoxy is also, today it's largely bulk, but then there are value-added products that can come beyond the liquid epoxy, and which go into spaces such as aerospace, electronics, wind, solar. Those kind of applications are where the fun of specialty really comes in. So this is one example that comes to my mind. The second one being also something that many organizations have been doing. My current organization has, my earlier one, and Tata Chemicals in the past had, which is in the fertilizer space. In the fertilizer space, companies are moving from vanilla, and Mr. Aran said that phosphoric acid is a product that we do not have. But companies are now saying that instead of providing vanilla phosphatic fertilizers, why don't we make it crop-specific, soil-specific applications? And the moment one says it is a crop-specific, soil-specific application, the value perceived by the farmer goes up. And the whole Indian fertilizer industry is working intensely to look at the crop-specific, soil-specific, because when the per acre consumption goes down, it becomes less of wastage, more of those targeted application, and the farmer perceives value, and there is the value to be given. And in that space, it is very difficult for global biggies to come and compete with India. So that becomes a more India-centric kind of a place. So those are some of the couple of examples that come to my mind, Sadiq.
Okay, thanks, Sablil. And just carrying that thread on specialities forward, Rahul, how do you envision, Indian specialty companies reinventing their business model? And what I mean by that is moving from pure manufacturing and moving more closer to what Deepak alluded to earlier with customers and joint collaboration efforts with customers. Do you believe that that is a path that perhaps provides more value?
Yeah, thank you, Zarir, and good morning, everyone. Deepak touched upon a very interesting point there, and what we look at right now with the syndrome in West, largely Europe, and what kind of opportunities does it present to us in India. But before I go here, if you look specifically and start dissecting a bit on on chemical industry as such in India, I think we have been a great workshop to the world so far, right? But have we been a perfect design studio? The answer is not really. And but maybe I think when we were in our own evolution stages, it was also necessary to build scale, which we have done to a large extent. But then the point now comes to the fact that it is very important to start looking beyond the conventional lowest cost producer, because the global realities around us are also changing fast. I still remember when I started my career, I won't say when because then I'll sound very old, but back in the days, it always used to be this cost kilo syndrome that we were all in, and I think the world has also evolved significantly ever since, though some parts of it we are still stuck here. So my sense is, if we look at China +1, Europe +1, I believe that this is a once-in-generation opportunity for us to move away our business models from make to specification, from there to make to solve. And when we start doing that, and this largely
does not only work in downstream specialty chemicals, it's across the board. I mean, agro is the best example there that we've been talking about. So there are three levers to my mind how this switch from make to specification to co-create to solve will work. One, I think, is collaboration, which fundamentally to me is very, very important. The second is this mindset around solution orientation, and Sablil talked about this also going downstream and also trying to figure out how do we tell and coach our customers on not this cost per kilo, but performance or value per product. So I think that's very, very important. Third, which we need to learn from China is speed. And I think the speed of execution there with whatever we are trying to do is just incrementally 2 to 3x of where some other chemical companies in terms of the innovation landscape are. And three large levers for making that visible shift, in my opinion, is this mindset around solution-centric partnerships in areas of high impact. I mean, just to give you an example, there's an amazing opportunity that is present because of the global switch in automotive as well as the construction landscape. So I always used to say that, you know, typically 25 years back, the cars were mechanically engineered, but now they are chemically engineered. Because when you look at EV, when you look at lightweighting of what is happening and how, what massive opportunity is being presented in terms of getting the weight of the car down as much as possible. And this is not going to come from combustible technologies of iron. This is largely going to come from materials of choice. So, can chemical industry therefore step up and say that, okay, we will try to work on a model because this is where the opportunity is. I mean, the efficiency around lithium ion, right? I mean, we've been talking a lot about this market. We are still looking at how do we crack the chemistries around lithium ion. But there is a other part of the world, including CATL, for example, China, they've already started looking at how do we make battery even more efficient through the slurry design and whatever. The second part is a little bit of this service plus chemistry bundles. There I feel the model for us should not be sell and ship, it should be solve and support. And typically my anecdote always is that if you look at the maintenance IT companies, you know, so they take the AMC and they guarantee you the performance and uptime of your device. So when we look at our customers, whether it is agro, whether it is polymers or construction, if there is a switch in the mindset of a chemical company to say that now I'm giving you a solution and the responsibility for that solution to perform is mine. And the best example there is how some of the chemical companies already made that move. I mean, if you look at the decorative paints today, people are not talking about whether it is Asian Paints or Dulux. They don't talk about rupees per liter. They are actually talking about the number of years that we will warranty if you start applying our paint. So there is a performance guarantee that is coming along with it. So, so just to sum it up, I think the next curve of our growth will not be about how much we manufacture, but it will be about how smartly we can collaborate in the ecosystem so that we are able to generate this intrinsic value.
Thank you, Rahul. And Deepak, I'll come back to you and talk a little bit about exports. You know, today the chemical industry is doing about 65, 70 million worth of $1 billion worth of exports, but we've seen that growth slow down a little bit in these at least in the last year. Yeah. How do you think the industry should be redefining its export strategies, given the increased level of protectionism that we are seeing across the globe? And what specific policy interventions do you believe that, or facilitation measures do you believe that we should be talking about in order to regain our edge in exports?
Yeah, again, good question, Zarir. I think on the export side, as obviously there's so many changes right now, any strategy which is based on current set of announcements, in my view at least, will be flawed. So we'll have to first let the dust settle down a bit and then think about it. But going back to what I said earlier, I think if I take a long-term view, I do feel US is a big opportunity for all of us with a huge market there and huge set of demand also coming from the companies there. So that's one thing we are focusing on, irrespective of what is happening in the short term. Speaking to the customers, they are all hugely invested in the past in China, and now they are trying to diversify. And hence, any kind of partnership or commitment from their side, which is multi-year in nature, is a big opportunity in my view. Of course, Europe is an opportunity in a different way. Like I said, there are plants shutting down, there are plants up for sale there. So you have to be very selective what fits into your strategy and what you can bring back to India, keep part of it in Europe to serve the customers in the best possible manner. So that's another one we are looking at least from a geographic focus perspective, Zarir. From imperative perspective, I think the way I look at it, at least from an inside-out perspective, I generally divide it into two parts in my mind. There's a part around where we have to leverage our core strengths. As an industry, and I believe as Jubilant also, we have very deep strength there where we are very good in process R&D. And all the customers in the Western world are currently struggling on price and cost because of the huge competition from China. And I was in China last year, spent a couple of weeks there, and it was mind-blowing what I saw there, right? A lot of us in this room probably think that they're selling below their variable cost, they're making losses. Of course, they've reduced the cost, and maybe some of them are selling below cost. But if you go there and see the kind of optimization they have done, even in some of the products, which at least in my company I do for 30 years, is just mind-boggling. We have to take learnings from them and see what did we miss out. Now, of course, still we are catching up. We are playing a catch-up, and when we benchmark a couple of our products versus their cost structure, there were learnings, and on the back of those learnings, we could optimize our cost. Probably not match them yet, but hopefully if we stay persistent on that, we'll be able to match that cost structure. But we need to learn and see how do we leverage our process R&D capabilities, leapfrog, and capture on some of the opportunities which are coming from the Western world. So that's part one. Part two is, I think there are new sunrise opportunities which are coming in our sector. Semiconductor chemicals is a huge one, and Tata have jumped at it very, very fast with their partnership with Merck and many of the companies in this room also, I know, are working on it. How do we be ahead of the curve, take learnings from the past and latch onto some of those opportunities and capture them early? I think from a sectoral view perspective, at least that is how I classify it in my mind. So just on one side, leverage your core strengths and leapfrog. On the other side, just be ahead of revenue curve at least and invest in some of these sunrise opportunities.
Thank you, Deepak, and Vikas, back to you. I know we'll be talking in much greater depth in subsequent sessions about this, but you can't really have a discussion on competitiveness and not talk about sustainability and the fact that it's become a central pillar for global chemical majors and even for MSMEs here today in terms of increasing pressure from regulators, but more so from our customers. How do you see Indian firms advancing their ESG commitments? And within your organization, have you, can you share some examples of how that might have made you more competitive?
Well, sustainability is something which today is and for future as well, something which is part of the business plan, because it's no more optional, it's no more burden, it's something which we have to do for our today and for our future. So first is this realization which should come in the organization itself. Obviously, you have to build everything around that, and decreasing your carbon footprints. Most of the energy requirements now, our organization is sourcing up to 90% from the renewable, and we have shifted even our energy requirements to renewable for our fuel requirements as well. And going forward, we are aiming to have 100% renewable as our energy requirement. So That's one initiative which we have taken. Then going to the energy efficiency, we have been working on decreasing our energy requirement as such on the per ton basis. And we have seen that on one hand it has decreased the cost and obviously made us more greener also, the carbon footprints have decreased. So on both of these there have been a lot of initiatives we have taken. Apart from this, being circular, because we have been extracting our raw materials more and more from various effluent streams and reusing those raw materials, which has again made, one is that apart from saving cost, now that has become a revenue stream for us. So though it has been a bit of a R&D which we have done, and also innovation R&D and investment which we have done, which probably if everybody looks at the effluent from that standpoint, there's a lot of value which they can derive. From the waste energy streams, extracting energy is also something which we have been working a lot, and that has also helped us, in fact, in making ourselves very energy efficient. Then one more thing which we have done is we have digitized a lot of things. So digitization has helped us in a larger way in reducing again our energy requirements and seeing where the wastages are happening. So reduction of the wastages has also been something which we have been doing. So then obviously comes the making our products itself greener, because obviously the focus is that our product, the ingredients which we use have to be having more bio content, and we have been, our research has been constantly been working on developing products which are having less substance of harm, or they are having more bio content into it. So we have been continuously working on it. And now coming to the challenges, I would say, because yes, for the smaller companies, today the compliance is a burden, so obviously there is a common facility which is required to help them on the compliance side, and obviously a bit of a hand-holding which is also required for them on the compliance side. There is a significant investment which is required for being greener, investment in R&D, investment in technology, investment in the, I would say, the plant and machinery which you put. Probably, there could be some help on that as well for making the industry future ready. And on top of it, challenge of imbibing this into your supply chain, because that is what your global buyers, they look at. They look at the complete supply chain, the sustainability initiatives on the complete supply chain. So that is, and also on the logistics, because the sustainability initiatives on the logistics side, I believe, because supply chain still is sorted, because, I can have suppliers which, are having the same strategies into their manufacturing, but still logistics is one area in which probably, there's a lot to be done. So that is what.
Thank you, Vikas. Sabilil, we all know within the industry that a reliable and cost competitive feedstock supply is really the bedrock of a lot of what we do. How do you think we can better manage our import dependence on a lot of these feedstocks? And do you believe there are strategies or alternatives to the feedstocks that we use today, maybe, bio-based, biomass, carbon, whatever it might be? What strategies do you think can prove effective to manage this little bit of a, obstacle that we face occasionally?
Yeah, excellent question, Zarir. So feedstock, whether you have it or not, is like the hand that you have been played in the game of cards. You can't do anything. It's what you have. If you are in an industry where you have your feedstock, great. If you're in an industry where you are import dependent, so be it. It's the hand that you have to play. But having said that, there are obviously organizations all around are doing stuff to to alleviate the situation, especially those where there is a distinct import dependence on feedstock. And what comes to the rescue of the industry is the topic or the point that has been talked of and has been alluded to, including by Mr. Raiwan, which is innovation. How does one innovate? How does one look at, innovation, as we all know, is about product innovation, it is about process innovation, it's also about business model innovation. How does one look at innovation on all counts, and can innovation come to the rescue to reduce the import dependence and to in a way alleviate the vulnerability that the industry is facing because of dependence on imports of the feedstock or of the raw material. Coming to the specifics, so for example, we are, as part of the chloroalkali industry, we are heavily dependent on power. So we are a power guzzler because electrolysis is the process that we do, and therefore the point that we mentioned, coal is something that we live with and have to handle. Wherein, of course, there are domestic sources. But for whatever historic and other reasons, the import dependence on this feedstock has been high. So the way that one goes about is to look at, it's like to say that going forward, the plant cannot say I only can have this kind of food. If I have something else, I'll have indigestion. So you need to be working in such a way that the plant says I can accept any kind of food and I will not have indigestion, I'll perform as well. So therefore, that broadening the base is the way one goes about, and we have done some stuff. So 3 years back, 4 years back, we were probably very focused on a particular kind of high GAR, blah, blah, blah of the coal. But today we are far more broad-based. We have a distinct kitty of being able to choose depending on the market situation and the price, what kind of coal we take, and a substantial quantity of domestic feedstock is also something that is being looked at. Similarly, for biomass, the biomass kitty, and for biomass handling, if there is something new that needs to be done, otherwise biomass, the flash point or the flame point of it is low, therefore it can catch fire, we need to handle it. So certain innovations in the grizzly and the feeding process is something that many players must have done it here in the industry, but those are some of the stuff that companies have been doing. The other way is, if one is not, if one doesn't have the raw material, then can one go to the raw material? Is there a way to make an investment in that? And Tatas have done that. Many other organizations have done that, where whether it's the expansion of Tata Chemicals, and I've been in that plant in the US, where it is in the largest trona mine, the trona reserve of the world. If we do not have, just make an investment and buy there. Or many of the fertilizer companies have gone and invested in the Middle East or in Morocco because phosphatic reserves is right there. So today our balance sheets, at least for many organizations, is strong enough to make some of those investments and take those bets. And many of these geographies are also in relative, or have been in relative distress, where they have been inviting such investments. So if one doesn't have it, go there and solve that problem for yourself. And some of those investments, especially into equity, etc., can be perennial investments and can smoothen the supply chain forever. So those were a couple of suggestions.
Thanks, Sablil. I'm a little conscious of time now, so Rahul, I'll just close with you and then maybe throw it open to the audience for one or two quick questions. So Rahul, Sablil talked about innovation, you talked about spec chem. Typically, specialty chemical lead times and cycle times from lab to customer are pretty protracted. Are there any specific strategies or interventions that you think companies should be looking at to shorten that cycle time and get product to customer faster?
So, yeah, thank you, Zarir. I think this is a very important question that you have asked, and generally, within our organization, we always used to have this very nice joke, and we used to say that generally, for us to start, get a pilot plant up and running till operation takes more time than the actual innovation of that plant itself. And this generally has nothing to do with any regulatory challenges, but internally also, I think mindset around innovation first of all, and also then looking at steps of how do we accelerate. I think this has also been covered partially. So I look at it from three perspectives, because The first is a very good example that is running very efficiently in Singapore as well as in Korea. They have this mechanism which is called sandbox. So what sandbox is in an Indian parlance is that if you have to drive, you need a learner's license because government believes that you are not safe enough to drive on an open road at a speed of 100. Therefore, you have guardrails set, and then within those guardrails, as long as you are operating with a basic knowledge, that gives you enough ecosystem and scale to start driving properly. So therefore, within Jurong, as well as in Korea, I think Korea is also way ahead. So they have these policies, frameworks, wherein from a product that is innovated in a lab in grams, when it has to be scaled up to kilos and sent somewhere out so that the actual product can be made. So the entire ecosystem gets presented in terms of how fast you can scale up. And I think that's a very efficient model, and I know when there are many molecules in the lab which are ready, but then the question is how fast we need to scale them up. Sometimes we have to go out, sometimes we have to also find external agencies to do it. For large companies, I think that's fine, but when you come to MSMEs, and Mr. Aaron already talked about that, I think for them that's a big challenge. Right, and therefore, if we are able to come out with a policy document like Sandbox, I think it is going to significantly improve our innovation curve. The second part, here I'm carrying the flag of small enterprises in India because I know the kind of value that startups as well as these many companies are bringing. I mean, asking a mid-sized company to invest, let's say, 20 crore or 30 crore for a pilot facility is a tough ask. Right, but probably if 10 or 12 of them are able to share that facility, I think the load gets distributed. And if therefore there is a possibility of creating an ecosystem, which doesn't need to be sponsored, by the way. I mean, everyone can manage and pay for it on themselves, but it has to be there across India. 4 to 5 large hubs, they may not be necessarily PCI-PRs. Let's say one in IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, where people can come and at least are able to do that quick scale up, and then also have an understanding on the regulatory framework, because on the product stewardship, that's a big challenge also for the mid-sized companies, because they don't know what next, right? If I have to go and sell it out into US or Brazil, that's a big challenge. And I think that the wealth of knowledge, I mean, in my past organization, we had a large ecosystem of product stewardship engineers here, and they were actually servicing the rest of the world. So the cognizance of what exactly is required is there. I think it's just an ecosystem which needs to be therefore present. Yeah, so I think that's it from my side. I think if we are able to create this, we are able to collapse significant amount of time to innovation.
Thank you, Rahul. I was discreetly tapped on my shoulder and said that we are running out of time. So unfortunately, I won't be able to offer the audience time for some questions, but the panelists, Mukund, Mr. Aaron are here, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to maybe talk to them more informally about some of the thoughts that y'all might have. So let me just end by thanking Mr. Aaron, Mukund, my 4 panelists. I hope the session brought to the surface some of the issues that the industry is grappling with, but more importantly, I think some of the solutions that are being provided. Thank you, everyone, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 or 3 sessions for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Langrana, and thank you to our distinguished panel and distinguished speakers for sharing their enriching views with all of us. I would now take request and would like to take a moment where we can present a token of appreciation to our distinguished speakers here today. May I request Mr. Mukundan to kindly give the token of appreciation to our special guest, Shri Deepankar Aaron, Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. I request everybody to kindly give a big round of applause, please. May I request Mr. Mukundan to kindly give the present and the token of appreciation to other panelists and speakers, please. To Mr. Zari Langrana, past chairman, CII National Committee on Chemicals and Petrochemicals. Mr. Deepak Jain, CEO and MD, Jubilant Ingravia Limited. Mr. Vikas Garg, Managing Director, Ferrous Specialty Chem Private Limited. To Mr. Rahul Tiku, Managing Director and CEO, Uptime Specialities Private Limited. Mr. Sabalil Nandi, Executive Director and CEO, Chemicals DCM Shriram Limited. I would now request Mr. Langrana to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Mukundan, please. Requesting everybody to kindly give a big round of applause. Thank you everybody. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would request everybody to please remain seated. We will be beginning our next session shortly while we have the changeover. Thank you so much and kindly stay tuned. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning with our next session. May I request everybody to kindly take your seats, please. We already have our next session speakers already there with us. May I request everybody to kindly take the seats, please?
एक आदमी यहाँ परमानेंट होना चाहिए।
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a panel discussion on sustainable technologies as a competitive advantage. May I request everybody to kindly take your seats, please. The distinguished panel, Mr. Alexander Gurdon, Managing Director, BASF India Limited, Mr. Rupert Sarswat, CEO, India Glycols Limited, Mr. Siddharth Kochal, CEO and Country President, Dow India, Mr. V.G. Gaikar, Bharat Petroleum Distinguished Professor of Chemical Engineering, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. And to moderate this distinguished panel, we have with us Mr. Jadavharan Ramanujanu, Vice President, India Region, SABIC India. I request everybody to kindly take your seats, please. We already have our panel already there on the stage. I now request Mr. Jadavharan to kindly take over the session, please. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you, and thank you for the panelists. I think I'm so tempted to switch sides, sit there and listen to them, rather than be moderating this session. The first few minutes, if we have to ask a question, all industries have been compliant for decades, and still there is a need to talk about sustainability. That should send a message that just being compliant is not enough to be more sustainable in the future. But then why are we here? If you go back to a benchmark point, in 1950 we had 2.5 billion population, and today we are 8.2. 3.3 times the human population exploded. Many reasons: vaccination, healthcare, less of wars, and all of this stuff compared to the previous centuries. So we have duty to feed them, we have a duty to clothe them, we have a duty to provide health care, energy, even more protein, because still half the world is below a kind of threshold level of living. And while doing all of this, of course, it's coming at the cost of the planet Earth. And if you start our thinking on sustainability as if we have done something wrong, I would say, no, we have done a lot of right things, but we need to do more on the sustainability because still another 1.5 billion will come on to the earth in the next 25 years before we peak, the global population peaks. So it's not only a duty for the current 8.2 billion, also for the next 1.5 billion which has to come on board, and then we start to go down. That being the case, is sustainability an aspirational one? It's clearly no, because we have now a duty as much as compliance to do that, not only for ourselves, as I said, also for the future generation. Is it a cost? It depends on how you view it. Yeah? There is always a cost to do something. The question is the value chain willing to pay for it? As you're going to spend for it, somebody else is going to pay for it, or all of us have to pay for it. Right now, this tug of war between who is going to pay how much of this share is an adjustment phenomena. It is not a phenomena which will derail the sustainability discussion. And the value chain will get adjusted to that. Now, going from a point where we have to do it, can we turn that into an advantage, as a competitive advantage, is the topic for the day. And for that, I have some very eminent people here, and it is better I speak less and we all listen to them more. And I would like to start with Professor Gaikar, because he has done some fabulous work on biopyrolysis, which, by the way, for India, it's a hugely, abundantly available material and distributed around the entire country, and something we crack in that area. Professor, so what is the news you're going to tell us? Because this is something I think India can do with its own know-how. India has the people, India has the capability and has the feedstock to change the game, not only from the bio root part of it, but also it has an impact on the energy as such. So maybe we would like to hear from you first on the biopyrolysis which you are championing and leading, and how to also to descale it, not to scale it up, to bring it down to the rural areas of this country.
Okay, thank you, Janardhan, giving me the first opportunity to talk. We have been looking at the sustainability for almost like a decade and so. It is not something that we started anew. Because in academics, we have an advantage of working on areas which may not be current requirements, but what the future requirements are to be. And that is how, in fact, we started to work on pyrolysis. We had also worked on biodiesel, and we are also working on how to convert CO2 into products. Now, there are reasons why we started actually working on this. 10 years ago, when our Prime Minister gave the call of self-sufficiency, we were also looking at how to generate energy for the masses. So our idea started with two different groups. One group was working on biomass to alcohol, and in fact, the India Glycol was a partner at that time. We had the pilot unit which worked with us. And I started working on biopyrolysis for 3 different products. In fact, pyrolysis is not something new. It has been there for years. We have been using slow pyrolysis for generating activated carbon for generations. You can go to the fast pyrolysis or gasification, and then you can get the syngas and then have an entire chain of chemicals that you can build over it. Whether you want to go for methanol, whether you can do isotope synthesis. And that is how we actually start looking at a middle level, because one thing that was hampering our discussion even with the partners was how to scale it up. The basic problem in using any biomass is the availability and the quality, where it is used in large volumes. And that is where we found that by the LC analysis that there is a limit up to which you can collect the raw material. Otherwise, you'll be spending more energy than what you can generate after processing that biomass. So you really cannot go for a large volume biomass-based energy or even the feedstocks. We'll have to go for a very decentralized operations to collect, process, and of course you have the products which are generated. So in fact, the work which we have started was to look at the farmers, because that is where my raw material is. Can we build small pyrolysis plants so that the bio-oil which is generated by the process can be utilized the farmer itself as a fuel? Two, the biochar which is generated in the process goes back to the soil, which improves the ability of the soil to retain water. It also improves the ability to remove some of the organic chemicals which are coming with water which is from elsewhere. So that is how in fact actually started working on the entire biomass production and the biomass processing. So we do have a process today where we are able to convert biomass into even hydrocarbons. In fact, what we do is in situ, not necessarily adding the catalyst to the biomass while the processing on, gases which are coming out at very high temperatures. So why to contain the bio-oil and then start talking about how to upgrade it? So we build the entire process of pyrolysis and in situ online catalytic conversion of oxygenated compounds into hydrocarbon. We are able to now generate C10 to 22 hydrocarbons. It is like online Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. So that is how, in fact, we build the entire idea about the biomass conversion into useful products. When it comes to the scale-up, we can't go for too large size of biomass processing units. We also cannot have a very smaller size because then the cost effectiveness is not there. So right now, working with the companies who are partnering with us to build these chain. We're trying to figure out what should be the minimum size that we can work out. What should be then the logistics of working together. And as it was discussed in the previous session, we will need to look at the work which has been done in the last 15 years in India alone. Elsewhere as well, a lot of work has been done on the pyrolysis. We have an ability, or at least the pyrolysis has been done, the studies have been done so well that we know what processing conditions are required, what product you want and what processing conditions are required. What is not only required is the scaling it up to the required level. And that's where we need to have partnerships. See, I believe strongly that we can't do everything. Nobody has all expertise to do everything. So we have to partner with what expertise I don't have. I'll simply partner with somebody who has that skill which I don't have, and then work out together. And that's where the academia and the industry partnership comes into the picture. Fortunately, ICT has a very good linkages with industry. And we have been able to work out with, as I said, 2G ethanol is one. We have the other work, I think Godavari biorefineries. I work with Professor Yadav from our institute. They have gone up with conversion of CO2 into methanol and the dimethyl ether. That's a right example that we can work together. What we require is therefore on the willingness of the industry also to participate in some of these R&D developments and see whatever expertise we have, not only with ICT, I'm talking about, let's say, NITs, IITs. There are several engineering institutions who have done excellent work in these areas. What we need is only to put this together, come up with the competing technologies, and that is probably will be the way forward in the coming few years, because sustainability is no more an option, as we were discussing. It will become a compulsion in few years, that you have to work on that. That's my take on this.
I'll come to Alexander next. BASF's sustainability report, decades before ESG became the talk of the town, was actually a benchmark for the whole chemical industry to learn and follow. And you actually said sustainability is not for compliance, it is to be part of the core growth strategy. Could you, as a leader in the chemical industry, also share your thoughts as well as BASF, how sustainability can become part of the growth strategy and also a competitive advantage.
Thank you, JR. And yeah, it's true. Sustainability is deeply anchored in not only the purpose of BASF, so we create chemistry for a sustainable future. This is our purpose, the reason we exist and operate, but also in our ambition. We recently, a year ago, launched a new winning way strategy, and with that came a new ambition statement, which is we want to be the preferred chemical company to enable the green transformation of our customers. So green transformation for us will happen. The pace, the intensity might vary industry by industry, product group by product group, country by country, but I think the direction is clear. So it's deeply anchored, sustainability is deeply anchored in our purpose and our ambition. It's an imperative for us to do business. Having said that, of course, with that comes also target settings, and I think in the previous session, we also heard India wants to be net zero by 2070. We want to be net zero as BASF by 2050. We are well on track on that journey to get there. We have also laid clear targets by 2030. But targets is just one thing. The how, I think, is a critical thing, the execution element, and making the execution with impact, with scale, in a collaborative mode, because we cannot do it alone. And in fact, with SABIC, your company, we're doing a pilot e-cracker in Germany, because a lot of the CO2 emissions start with the crackers. Yeah, I mean, we emit as a company globally 80 million metric tons of CO2 a year. 3.5 out of that, so 20% roughly, is the crackers. Yeah, so if we can switch crackers from burning natural gas to electricity, green electricity, the heating of the cracker through green electricity, you can reduce 90% the CO2 emissions of the cracker, which is 20% of the total CO2 emissions of our company. So it starts there, and we're doing a pilot project with SABIC and Linde in Ludwigshafen, our main mother Verbund site, and it's going very well. Yeah, but of course these are pilots, big pilots, that require cooperation, like with companies such as SABIC and Linde, and also support from the government. We are getting actually support from the European Commission. We're getting support from the federal government in Germany, because these are massive undertakings. If you want to be a pioneer and really make a significant transformative step in the industry, these are massive undertakings, and in a very competitive landscape, because we have shareholders that we need to also report to. We need to be profitable operation, and it needs to be competitive. Yeah, and that's always a challenge with these transformations, sustainability transformations, because the willingness to pay still depends also on the industry, depends on the country, depends on the value chain. Is still maybe not where it has to be, and where it will be also in the future. So there needs to be an ecosystem around policies, regulatory frameworks, support by the government, and then partnerships, and then making a leap also into being the first mover or a pioneer in some of these transformative. And that's just one example of a technology in e-furnace in what we call scope 1. So our own production footprint, yeah, when it comes to the crackers, for example. Of course, scope 2, we're all doing, right? Green electricity, especially in India, where green energy is cheaper than gray energy. It's sort of a business case in itself. It's like a low-hanging fruit to transition to renewable energy. So scope 2 is clear. But then the biggest thing for us, and this is also in our ambition statement, it goes beyond our fence. So we need, on scope 3, upstream and downstream, that's where the rubber hits the road, right? Because if we want to make a real impact to society, we need to work on CO2 reduction in scope 3, yeah, downstream and upstream. And I think that's anchored now in our ambition statement. So we want to enable our customers for their green transformation. And we always say the chemical industry is the mother of all manufacturing industries. You need the strong chemical industry to have a strong manufacturing base. And I think India, as a country, with its bioresources available, can really become a strong hub globally for renewable raw materials. I mean, you talk about green hydrogen, you talk about green ammonia. We are also considering India as a potential global supplier for competitive green ammonia, which is, after the crackers, ammonia is actually the second biggest CO2 emitting element, in our value chain. So I think India can play a critical role here, a leading role globally on this sustainability journey for companies represented here today, but also globally.
Thank you. I think, why does chemical industry speak more about sustainability than probably other industries is, we need to innovate not only for ourselves, but we need to innovate for all other industries too. If somebody looks at closely the SDG goals of 2030, out of the 17 goals, 10 has to be innovated and enabled by chemical industry. So what we do is not only important for ourselves in this conference, it's also important for other industries. With that, I come to Rupak. Rupak, India Glycols has been one of those companies for a very long time, having the bio route to producing products, ethylene oxide, even complex molecules. And not many others in India survived. We used to make styrene monomer in India through the molasses route for decades, and they all dropped off due to the competitive nature of the hydrocarbon route. So now that is the history, and now positioning these kind of technologies competitively and for growth. Where do you see the opportunities, the challenges, as well as right now, whatever you do a very good job. How is that cost paid for? Is it part of your cost, or somebody is willing to pay that for you, for the efforts you take?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. And we could be doing better with our survival in the sense that we still have challenges, and as far as the cost and economics of a company manufacturing green products is concerned, we still have challenges, and many people have challenges. A few things that I thought I'll talk about more in general was that when I was going through the theme of the conference, it talked about image of India being responsible and reliable, growth strategy, collaboration, long-term, innovation, green and solutions. So what struck my mind was that, look, we've already got the stated intent right. Broadly, there is consensus and everybody spoke about it. The second step of the challenge is to be able to internalize this intent. That is where we are still kind of struggling, and I'll come to why I'm saying that. And the third, which is an even bigger challenge, somebody in the last session said, scaling up takes so much time, but if you look at the science of it, many times the science of scale up is more complex and bigger. If scale down, for example, was easy, then we would have mastered fusion by now. We've not been able to do it for decades. Now, so the broad points that I'm going to make is that in this transition, we have a choice. And the choice for India is either to complain and then go to adapt and then start and doing something about it. But my proposition is it's an opportunity to lead than just adapt or than just resist and complain, because that puts us into a success path. Now, as far as sustainability is concerned, it is equally important, as I said, internalized, to first figure out why do we do it. Many times there is issue. You must have heard about it. Now there are tariffs, and now the whole world has changed, and sustainability has taken a back seat. I don't think so, because it's not a quarter-on-quarter trend. It's not even a year-on-year trend, and it's perhaps even more than even a decade-on-decade trend. So we need to think about that. But in order to make that point, I visited somebody for a scan, and one of the things that the technician told me, and I'm sure you'll remember this after I've said, he said, make sure that you have your tablet with a full glass of water always. So, of course, we've been told, have your tablet with water. But he told me something else, and therefore I don't forget. He said, if you don't do that, and if you keep doing it again and again, your likelihood of damaging your kidneys and liver over a period of time is higher. It's because we've known this, and people have said this, but the why got internalized, and that got internalized at age 50 plus. Now, similarly, I was reading an article, and I'm sure some of you may have read it, is that the average life of people in cities like Delhi is actually being reduced by 12 years because of pollution.
Now, and on the other hand, we are debating who's going to pay for it. Aren't we already paying for it? We are paying for it in terms of ROs in our houses. During our childhood, we didn't have them. Most of us are drinking bottled water. We are trying to buy organic food at double the cost or price. We are paying for it in terms of floods, etc. So I think the cost is about as we understand it, but the challenge also is that the current circumstances have made mankind, in my opinion, the most short-sighted that it ever has been. And, whilst we have a lot of discussion around strategy, purpose, sustainability, but it needs to be translated into a strategy that we work towards that. The transition that also, in my opinion, so I have a few things about what I think the Indian industry could be doing. Of course, there are many perspectives, but I have mine. The first one is accelerate the transition of what I call from a Karkhana mindset. And the reason I say this is that I thought when I was studying and when companies brought in technology to India, the equity of a company used to be loan and license. So your ability to get loan and license. It has turned on its head. There is adequate loan and license available. It's really the ability to get knowledge, to be able to create sustainable models and to deliver real value for the future. Now, what exactly is value? That is where a lot of discussion has happened. Now, I think we need to start realizing that anything that we do, value must serve the purpose of improving or enhancing human lives, because otherwise nature or the society will correct it. And good organization or good countries will be able to think about it and therefore put their strategy in place to be able to do that. And it's equally important in order to do that. And I also keep hearing these days, there's a very interesting word which has come for the last 5 years in the industry, especially chemical industry, which is the word called multiples. There's nothing wrong with it, but I think it is more important, especially in today's times, to focus more on fundamentals than merely multiples. And if we do all of that, then whatever you've been talking of the planet, the sustainability, the real cost would come into perspective. And a few other things. We in India, in order to go forward, must embrace and possibly lead regulations. Often whenever I attend a seminar, say on regulations, the theme when we send somebody to the regulation is, समझ लो नहीं तो problem हो जाएगा. Now, we have a vaccination protocol for children. It's not a problem, it's a regulation. We've got rules on the road, it's regulation. And so, it's important for us to set those frameworks in our organization early, to set those internal systems, to start looking at what the global frameworks are and start getting prepared for it. The other thing to think about regulation or any framework, for example, is people who set the framework have a competitive advantage not for years, not for decades, but for centuries. On a completely different example, let me tell you, English language, for example, has become a framework on which civilizations have benefited, and we keep saying that we are now an English-speaking country, so therefore we have a competitive advantage. And somebody says that based on how the horse carts used to run in Yorkshire 2,000 years ago determines the width of the train, broad gauge, that we have. So that's the power of being able to lead frameworks rather than giving to the option of resist, complain, or perish. So I think we must lead and flourish. That was one point. And something that has already been made, and I'll come to the new text afterwards, I think we ought to be much better at collaboration. When I introspect as Indians, as Indian companies, of course, we've been ruled for about 1,000 years, so it comes a little difficult. Because it's not companies who win. We've still internalized that companies win, and within companies, individuals win. It is ecosystems which win, and we are not very good at that. So if you go to, for example, the JS, you'll find that there are different people coming to the government with 50 different suggestions, but none of them give him a framework to set the policy advocacy vision for the long term. I think we need to get that right within our organizations and as a country. I do not know how we do it, but if we have to do that, to go from stated intent to actually execution, that needs to happen very well. And of course, we have talked about, I will end by talking about the opportunity bit of it. I think it's a great opportunity. And the opportunity is not because we produce chemicals. The opportunity is because this industry is not about production or value. It is about being able to manipulate chemicals. And that manipulation and the need to do manipulation differently is only going to increase. It's not going to decrease. And that is where the value lies. And as has been said, I think there are many areas we ought to be looking at. I think renewable energy in India is really, really a great advantage for India. The latest contract I heard, it may be just one example, renewable energy contract being signed at close to 2 rupees a unit. I mean, that's phenomenal if that happens. And that gives rise to green hydrogen, which is an important building block. Professor Gaiker talked about biomass and captured carbon, which gives us the other part of the building block. And electrochemical processing is going to change the future. And I think the future of the industry is not going to be scaling up, but scaling out, because these will be modular, these will be spread out throughout the country, and we must leverage our talent and knowledge to be able to deliver that. Similarly, biotech. You know, whenever we talk about biomass, I sometimes say that the future of the chemical industry is actually biology. And the reason I say this is that biology is a place where there is a complete convergence of all sciences. And it is the only set of processes which are completely circular. That's another transition which will happen. But then it makes us scared. Are we going to, we are good at that. So there's a great example. For example, in the fluorine chemistry in India, where the fluorocarbons got banned. And, banning happens 40 years after mankind has realized. But how that ability to manipulate the fluorine molecule became such a success factor of certain companies for India. Because they were not hung on to saying, I make refrigerants, but they recognized it's our ability to look at the fluorine molecule and to be able to do something with it. And I think that is something that we should keep in mind, rather than getting too worried about the fact that, we are into this, so this is going to struggle. Of course, everything is going to struggle, but it's our ability to deal with those chemistries that will help us. So those are some of the things that I had to kind of add. It was a little longish, Jonathan, sorry, but...
Very, very, I think it was enriching, I would say. Thank you. Now, some of you, and including all of us, if we keep going to these conferences, we know we are very good in recycling ideas. So I want to now come to Siddhartha and say, how do we get out from recycling ideas into the circular play of molecules, materials, and into the economy?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Good afternoon. And before I kind of go to circular, let me start with Dow's ambition statement, right? So we're talking about being the most innovative, customer-centric, sustainable, and inclusive company in the world, right? And if you really look at all those 4 words, we start with innovation, right? So you have heard a lot in the morning session as well as with my fellow panelists that we're talking about innovation and technology innovation, which is a key differentiator as we move forward, right? So that's a very important piece. Now, when you do innovation and technology innovation, it's very important that you link it with the customer demand, right? What the customer is really looking at, and also what kind of market is actually going to accept those products which are getting developed, right? So that's, coming down to the next step of customer centricity. The third piece is that if you have innovation, if you have customer demand, then how you can be more sustainable and how you can develop sustainable products to actually match to the first 2, right? And the fourth piece is actually inclusion. And, some of my friends talked about that when you're talking about inclusive, right, you're talking about greater ideas, and also you're talking about a lot more of collaboration in the industry, right? So how did Dow really look at some of the sustainable technologies? So we started our overall sustainability journey from the year 2005, and we started that with a term called footprint, right? And that's where we looked at all our waste, all waste stream coming out of our production. So that was the 2005 Dow sustainability goals. Then 2015, we looked at then the handprint, which means what is our overall model, how we are looking at things, how we can modify our processes, right? So once we have done that, then we moved into the 2025 goals, which we spoke about blueprint, right? And the blueprint really spoke about that how new business model, how can we work with customers. And then the 2030 sustainability goals, which we are talking about, is what we are talking about with respect to 3 key elements. One is climate protection, the second piece is circular economy, and the third piece is actually safer material, right? So if you kind of divide sustainability into 3 different buckets, these are the 3 different buckets which we are talking about. Now you cannot really define your next 30 or your next 20-year goals if you don't divide that into short term, mid term, and long term, right? And that's where the scope 1, scope 2 comes into picture, then you have scope 3, right? So when you're looking at scope 1, scope 2, I think majority of the industry know how to actually deal with it. And we have been working on a lot with respect to small nuclear reactor. We are talking about green hydrogen. We are talking about a lot more different renewable fuels, right? Now, when you come down to scope 1, that's where the piece where you need to really look at to see, okay, fine, how do we really reduce the scope 1 emission that can either be done by a lot of carbon footprint reduction, through e-cracking, through kind of zero carbon ethylene, which we are looking at from ethane, and using gray hydrogen, and then kind of getting back the the gray hydrogen to again crack ethane, and then you can actually make polyethylene, which is zero carbon, right? And the kind of CO2 which is coming up, you then use reformation technology to utilize that CO2 to then get into different products, which are actually in the value chain. You talk about battery materials and all that stuff. So coming back to the second piece, which is circular economy, right? And I think it's a very, very important piece to really look at, circular economy as a very important piece of sustainability, is because, as a lot of my colleagues mentioned, feedstocks, right? So I think we're talking about a lot of what to do with feedstocks. And feedstocks is a very, very important parameter for the specialty chemical business. So you have the upstream and you have the downstream. Now, you still have to have a lot of cost-effective feedstock available to make the global the chemical industry competitive, and also to actually make the downstream processes competitive, right? So either you can actually use a lot of carbon reduction technologies to really to kind of look at feedstock carbon footprint reduction, or you look at circular economy. So being in the plastic industry, and I can tell you that plastic that people are talking about, but if you look at the LCA of plastic versus any other product, you will see plastic is actually the right product to be used. The challenge which we have is the plastic waste. So if you can use the plastic waste, recycle it back, then that's a beautiful feedstock, right? And so that's what actually we are looking at. So we are looking at a lot of circular economy with respect to advanced recycling. We are looking at chemical recycling. So we have the Revolute, where we are actually looking at mechanical recycling of of the plastic resins. We are looking at advanced recycling, where we are talking about complete pyrolysis and getting back the feedstock again into use of bio-naphtha, and then also using the kind of the ISCC plus certification. You're talking about mass balance, and then you are getting it back, right? So, not just plastics, but when you're also looking at circular economy, and we are also into the polyurethane industry. So you have a lot of waste, right? So you have a lot of mattress waste, which is going out in the market. You have footwear, which is actually a waste. So how can you actually utilize the mattresses and footwear, and then do an acidolysis and a glycolysis to kind of bring back the polyol back for use, and then you can combine that with polyol, or you can kind of combine it with other products to really kind of utilize it. Now for India is not feedstock advantage on overall. If you look at from the propylene, we still have, but if you look at PO and if you look at polyol, we don't have a lot of companies making polyol in here, right? So you can actually utilize those feedstocks to really be advantaged. But an important parameter, and I will conclude in a minute, is to really understand that there needs to be a balance between synthetic feedstocks and bio feedstocks, or sustainable feedstocks. I think the industry needs to really accept the sustainable and the bio feedstocks. It has to be competitive. There has to be an economic of scale. That's important, because if the consumer and the brand owners do not accept that cost, then your sustainability piece, what we are talking about, will take a lot of time to really happen, right? So it's important that we really look at gray versus green, and if you can reduce gray and kind of reduce that sustainable carbon footprint reduction, through CO2 reductions technologies, then you are very close to the green hydrogen, right? So you're talking about the kind of gray hydrogen, and then talking about blue hydrogen, and you're talking about green hydrogen. So if you can convert gray to blue, you are substantially lower on the CO2 carbon footprint, and then you can, really look at green hydrogen. So you cannot change the complete value chain completely from a synthetic to, a bio, right? So I think that transition will need to happen. And there the circular economy plays a very, very important role to really see what feedstock we can really utilize for our circular economy, what feedstock needs to still stay with either blue or gray, and what feedstock needs to go to bio feedstocks.
Thank you. As you can see, these are very knowledgeable people on the panel, and we can go on. This discussion can be endless, but I can throw it open for one or two questions in the audience. Somebody had something burning. Yes, please. You're almost shooting up straight. Please, can somebody fetch a mic to him, or you can speak louder. Yeah. Anybody else? Because we have only place for one or two. Okay, you go next. Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I am Rakesh Verma from GRIP Global Singapore. We have all agreed that sustainability has no option, and circular economy is the answer. Now, in that context, I want to make two suggestions here. SEBI has mandated only 1,000 listed companies for ESG reporting. My suggestion is it should be not only to all listed companies, but the regulations, as Rupak, you spoke about, it should be for non-listed companies also. Because we are all keen to follow sustainability measures. And the second suggestion is that R&D budget should be increased. Industries, big industries, as you suggested, it was suggested in the last session that 20 companies come together and make a R&D center. R&D, especially on circular economy, is must. Budget should be increased. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nothing to answer. We have to just say yes, but let me just add a remark. Great companies have been reporting on sustainability and sustainability reports even before the word E got added to SG. So it's always good for companies to do it. It don't have to be like an examination to be taken. I think it's always good. Then you are building a culture in your organization. Sir, yeah.
My brief question is that we are finding that as far as global companies are concerned, like BASF and Dow, they basically are having quite a great kind of collaboration with some of the companies for energy purposes, with sporting goods companies, with consumer goods, construction companies, so that they are able to provide, quality chemicals and basically reduce waste and basically can recycle it through some of the better processes. So why are they, my point is that why are they not being that aggressive as far as Indian market is concerned? Because Indian market also needs, because they have a lot more of informal kind of, what you call waste generation, especially in the small and medium enterprises. So why can't we have that kind of collaboration in Indian markets also, so that we can be much more sustainable from the ESG perspective?
So you saw my shoulder being tapped twice, but I'll let Alexander answer quickly.
Just follow up, just clarification. What do you mean by how can we be more aggressive?
For example, BASF has collaborated with Adidas, for example, in some of the markets, with Equinor also for energy purpose, and with some of the other purposes, other companies, for example, for in coating, etc., business. So why can't we have that kind of, collaboration with an Indian market for that kind of, product innovation, product development?
I think we are, maybe not at the scale that we might have, because most of the CO2 emission comes from the Verbund sites, and we have 6 global Verbund sites. We don't have one in India. So we're not the biggest problem within the company when it comes to CO2 emissions. But we do collaborate with the academia, we do collaborate with companies. We have, of course, been reducing also in India our footprint, be it Scope 2. So there's many initiatives also on renewable raw materials. We have a collaboration with C6, which is tropical seaweed, red seaweed, as a renewable material. We have also with castor oil certification, castor oil being a big big element in India as well. So there's many examples where we do collaborate also with Indian companies on circular projects. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and I'll take a minute or two to just answer that question, right? So from an India perspective, now we are also working with a lot of FMCG companies and a lot of brand companies to really work on sustainability as well as sustainability-driven projects, right? The challenge which we had, like why you see some of these things happening much broadly in US or in Europe is, there is kind of a history behind it, right? And I will explain that, history maybe in a minute. In India, sustainability and focus towards sustainability, ESG, is kind of getting started in the last 3 to 4 years, right? And I think that's an advantage which we have, which we should really capitalize and move forward. So you will see more of companies like us, going down and working together, because the sustainability piece in India is kind of growing much faster than we initially thought, right? So you will, like we are doing it here in India, and you will see more of that coming up in the newspaper, right? Or in the media, what we are talking about. Now, just going back to the question on R&D and to the question you asked. So if you look at Europe in 1950s, right? So Europe was 35%.
May I request, you need to catch him after this session and take him aside and have a chai and chai pe charcha, yeah? Because you're running out of time. Thank you. I hand it back to the organizer. Sorry, Siddharth. So,
Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished speakers and to Mr. Janardhanan for making our job a bit easy. So I would request. I would now request Mr. Janardhanan to kindly present a token of appreciation to our distinguished panel. To Mr. Alexander Gurding. Mr. Rupert Sarswat. Mr. Siddharth Koshal. Dr. V.G. Gaikar. I would now request Mr. Sarswat to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Janardhanan, please. I request everybody to kindly give a big round of applause for such an enriching session. Thank you everybody. I would request everybody to remain seated. May I request everybody to remain seated, please? We are beginning with our next session. is on unlocking growth through future-ready skills and workforce. May I invite on stage Dr. Ramachandran, Director and Dean, KJ Somaya Institute of Management, Somaya Vidya Vihar University. Shri Deepak Mishra, Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. Mr. Dilip Sahni, Chairman, CII National Committee on Smart Manufacturing and Managing Director, Rockwell Automation India Private Limited. Mr. Saif Muhammad, CEO, Rubber, Chemical and Polymer Skill Development Council. Mr. Murali Dovari, Senior Managing Director, Life Sciences Asia and India Region, Crode India Company Private Limited. Professor A.K. Ghosh, Professor Emeritus, Department of Material Science and Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. And Mr. Vishwanathan Rajendran, Partner, Kearney. I request everybody to kindly take your seats, please. We already have our distinguished panel on the stage. I would now request Dr. Ramachandran to kindly take over the stage, please. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So good afternoon. We have a task at hand because we have a mighty panel standing between you, lunch, and a very important session post that. So we'll try and make this as efficient and crisp as possible. The topic is actually about unlocking growth potential through future-ready skills and workforce. I think the whole context has been set by the previous panelists about the opportunity of the chemical industry to maybe reach $1 trillion by in another 15, 20 years from about 200 billion that it is today, which is about a 5-time growth. Some of the big forces that is changing the industry, whether it is green chemistry, sustainability, global competitiveness, geopolitics, but most importantly, AI and you know, the whole associated technology and how that's going to change. Is that going to be an opportunity? But underlying all of that is the topic of talent and availability of talent, not just to run and meet today's expectations, even more so, but the real future, which is going to look probably very different due to all the technologies that we talked about. So with that, I'm going to request Sri Deepak Mishra, Joint Secretary, to set the context and also give us a few minutes of his thoughts on the topic.
Thank you, sir. Seeing the time constraints and all, I will be very crisp. So good afternoon to all of you. And you know, the talent, manpower is one of the most important part of any enterprise. That's why now we call them the human resource. So along with all the, you know, land, machinery and capital, the human resource is the most important thing, especially with respect to a knowledge-focused industry like chemical industry. I just want to point out over here that over the last 2-3 years I was associated with it. I've often heard that the manpower availability in the country is, at least for the skilled manpower, is not very high. You know, everybody struggles to get skilled manpower. So I find it a little strange that we have, you know, the largest pool of young people in the world. We have large number of educational institutions, but somehow the skill part, which skill ready, you know, professionals or at the entry level are missing for the chemical industry. So we recognize that there is something missing between the education and the skilling part. The people get the education in the usual kind of educations, but they don't provide the necessary skills for the industry. I guess one of the things which you can do is to have much better interaction with academia. And it is like we deal with academia also, and they all would like to associate with you. So I think the associations like CII and other forums can reach out to the academia part, and you will be able to foster some better partnership with them. As far as our own department is concerned, for the plastic industry, at least we have one organization which imparts training. As far as I understand, they work very closely with industries as well. CIPET, Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering and Technology, started in 1968. It's a one kind of institution where you have academics, right from PhD to BTech level. We also give diploma, which is usually given in polytechnics in the country, and 3 months, 4 months, 6 months skill development courses, which are called certificate courses. So it's one of the few institutes in the country which provides all spectrum of skilling and education, right from certificate level to, academics, right up to PhD level. As you are aware that in our country, there are 3 levels of academics or skill. One is academic courses like graduation, post-graduation. Second part is diploma at polytechnic, and third part is certification courses, 3 months, 6 months for skill development. I just want to point out and ask for your help in one thing. New educational policy is a wonderful tool. It allows multiple entries and exits to anybody who is participating. So, why can't we have a system which can only be developed, the close partnership with the educational institution and industries? One person enrolls for a, say, 3 months, 4 months, or 6 months course initially, goes to the industry, works there for some time, and then taking advantage of multiple entry and exits, it again keeps on coming back intermittently to the educational institute to upgrade its knowledge, his or her knowledge. And then at the end of maybe diploma courses take typically 2 years in our country. So maybe he will take around 3 years or something, or 2.5 years, and he passes off with the diploma. And if this can be at least tried with certificate to diploma level, we can scale up even to the degree level. So a person who is from disadvantaged family, not very bright, because to get into the premier education institutes, all you need to crack up many exams, which are very tough really. He just goes, and by sheer hard work and learning skills, he passes off as an engineer. So this is what we can do if you enter into a partnership with the educational institutes. So I think, at least 1 or 2 places somebody can tie up and start up this with that. The CIPET side we can help for plastics, petrochemicals, and even with the chemicals. Okay, so that's what a small thing I just wanted to tell you, and I would like to hear from the esteemed panel.
Thank you very much, sir, and I think thank you for pointing out how NEP is a very enabling framework for making this interaction in education. I'm also happy to tell you that beyond, even at a degree level, postgraduate level, we have just launched a program where students spend 3 days in the university and 2 days at a workplace, and it's a whole full degree. So a lot of possibilities exist now even for chemical industry. So I'm going to quickly move, and I'm going to request panelists. I've got very specific questions, so we can be very crisp in responding to that in lieu of the time, because I think it's a very diverse panel that can bring very interesting perspective on this topic. And I'm going to start with Mr. Vishwanathan, who represents A.T. Kearney. They always say if the consultant is on the panel, make sure he begins and ends the panel discussion. So with that principle, Mr. Vishwanathan, if you could tell me very quickly, tell the audience here, what are the structural shifts that you see in the chemical industry in the next 5 to 10 years, and how is it going to redefine the skilling needs of the industry?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Raman, and glad to be part of this forum again. I'll just keep it crisp. a few obvious things to bet on. When we are looking at the future and structural changes, there's always going to be a lot uncertain. But what is obvious, India's chemicals industry will be large. Whether it will be 800 billion, 1 trillion, 2 trillion, irrespective of that number, it's going to be 3x, 4x, 5x the number. And we don't have the talent for that right now. We don't have the pipeline for that right now. So that is one given. Second, global value chains will reconfigure and more chemical manufacturing will move to India, irrespective of what is happening right now at this point of time. And that is a given, right? Again, I don't think there's an uncertainty. We just did a study for a global major to look at what markets beyond China and India. And it's quite surprising that in chemical manufacturing, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Eastern Europe, Latin America, none of them are currently in the radar as a potential manufacturing. There's a possibility that China gets even more share in the future, but more will move to India. That is also a given. Third, that manufacturing that is coming to India will be more digitally enabled, will be more technologically advanced, will be more advanced chemistries, will be greener chemistries. There is no doubt about this. India is not going to be making large, polluting, highly capital intensive, highly land intensive plants. We are constrained. We don't have land, we don't have capital, we don't have cheap power, we don't have regulatory clearances. We will make specialist chemistries that depend on talent, that depend on smaller batches, that depend on our innovation. That I think is a given, unless things drastically change on the policy and the capital front. If these are going to be given, what are the implications for skilling? I think we'll be having a release of a report in the afternoon. We need a lot more people, quantity-wise, lot more people. At every level, we need operators, we need BSc graduates, we need BE graduates, we need R&D scientists, we need PhDs. We are running short on everything to the order of 1:2 or 1:3. Second, the quality of these graduates and the industry readiness of these graduates needs to be significantly higher. I think all of you are employing these graduates. We did a survey of about 30 people in the industry. On average, 6 to 9 months of readiness preparation for a graduate to be industry ready. That will need to change. So quantity changes, quality changes. Third, that needs to evolve is these people need to be skilled on the technologies of the future. India can become one of the largest green chemistry players given our solar advantage, but we are not prepared for that. We need to. India can have a sizable digitally enabled workforce. We have the raw material for that, but we are not equipped yet in terms of a pipeline. India can be an R&D and innovation hub given the demographic dividend that we have, but we are just starting to move there. So those are some of the top line implications, I would say, for the skilling that is needed. The good news that I think is going to happen is, I think half of the global workforce that is coming into the workplace in the next 25 years is going to be in India. Every company that is going to look at anything that is workforce dependent, India has to be in the top 2. There is just no other choice but that. Second, India's chemical companies are growing in a way that a lot of us don't appreciate. 2023, India had about 5 companies that were about $1 billion in revenue in chemicals. By 2030, there will be at least 30 companies that cross that threshold. When you have a $30 billion companies, think about what happened in the IT sector. The IT sector grew its talent on its own. I think all of you in this room, particularly the larger companies, you have the responsibility and the opportunity to grow your own talent. If you have $1 billion in scale, you can do finishing institutes, you can institute apprenticeships, you can do internships, you can grow the talent that is not there today. So I think the picture can be quite rosy, but it's just not there yet. But with the collective effort of people in this room, I think we can get there.
Yeah.
So
Thanks. I think that really underscores the opportunity and also the challenge. I'm going to move to Mr. Dilip Sani, who actually heads the National Committee on Smart Manufacturing for CII and is also the Managing Director of Rockwell Automation India Limited. Sir, your company is in the forefront of automation. So can you tell us, from your perspective, if you can define what is the chemical plant of future going to be looking like, and what kind of people will be required to kind of manage and set up and run plants of future?
Sure. Before I go there, if I can take the liberty of just a minute to frame what's been discussed in this session and the earlier sessions, I think 2 things that really jumped out, including your comments, Vishwanath. One, I think scale. We have to scale. The opportunity is ours to lose. That's point number one. Point number two is the ways of working are already changing. They have to change dramatically fast, right? We are talking about sustainability considerations, all the supply chain resilience, etc., multiple considerations. So when you talk about scaling with the current set of realities, that's way too complex. That complexity will not allow you to scale. And if you have to scale, you have to change the ways of working, and digital-powered innovation is the way forward. So I think I just wanted to lay that out, and I think that was beautifully laid out by several speakers in the sessions, preceding hours. Now, what are these new ways of working? What is, to your question, digital-powered innovation? What is it doing? And this is not out there in the future. This is being done right now in the industry, including here in India, right? So, I mean, we've got, lighthouse plants from India already coming out from the chemical industry, and that's something for us to be very proud of, right? What is being done is, predicting batch variations and carrying out recipe changes autonomously. Think about it, right? You're able to carry out those kinds of things which are game-changingly different, but it is not happening at scale. It is still a flash in the pan, and it is just too limited. Now, if this also has to scale, what has to happen? When we talk about digital transformation, essentially it's a triad. Of course, technology has a role to play, right? But around technology, there are a couple of things. One, it's the processes, which is the ways of working. They have to evolve so that you're not just applying digital as a Band-Aid, but you're reimagining your ways of working, in a new paradigm, which is digitally powered, right? And the second thing is people. I think in the inaugural session, it was just quite nice to hear the reference of the Nobel for Economics, right? And the spotlight placed on innovation and culture. That really was quite timely, right? Now, culture, people, that plays a very, very important role. And I think all three of these things have to be taken together to identify what these new ways of working have to be. And as we go forward, right? If you have to imagine the connected chemical plant of the future, which is run by a workforce which is not only adept at applying these digital technologies, be it in the R&D side of the house, all the way to the operations, and then further down into supply chain. It can only happen if your workforce is not only aware of these techniques, but it is fully enabled and empowered. They feel confident to apply these things at scale, right? And how do you tackle that? And then how do you do it at the scale of India, right? So for all of those things to happen is where the thing which is coming to the aid, which I think hopefully the rest of the panelists would spend some time also deliberating, is digital itself is the answer. The answer to apply that kind of skilling around digital technologies is, how do you use AR-powered simulators to disseminate that learning at scale so that the workforce, you spoke about 6 to 9 months, which I think is a realistic, but the actual scenarios could probably be sometimes even more worse. How do you shrink the time to competence, right? So digital gives you a way forward to that. So I would say that the connected chemical plant of the future, utilizes all of these technologies, but it is also the people who are behind that, right, who've been, who are digital natives, right, and who know how to apply these techniques with confidence, right?
So, and the key is that AI complements human capabilities, and both needs to come together in a very powerful way, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. I'm going to move to Professor Ghosh, who represents the IIT Delhi and the academia. And my question is going to be a very basic question about one of the things that we keep talking about is that our curriculum does not kind of keep pace with the changes in the industry. So let me start with the question, what kind of processes does an organization like IIT have to really see how industry needs are changing and bring that back into the curriculum? So that's one. And I would also like to follow up on, you heard earlier about some of the collaborations and some of the kind of hurdles that seems to exist between academia and industry collaboration. You spent a lot of time in a premier institution. So if you could kind of share to the industry, what are the barriers that you see for this effective collaboration from happening?
Thank you. Thank you giving me this opportunity and to talk in front of you. But I really like to first thank Deepak Misra ji. In fact, he narrated almost what I wanted to say. So I am being more than 30 years in academics. I see Deepak ji, you did really the professor's job. You understood so well where the gap is, you know. And from the morning we are hearing about transformation that is needed. We are hearing about innovation that is needed. I must say that over such a long years of my involvement in IITs and also being involved with many other higher education systems, I have seen so much of change in curriculum development and redefining education for years. But I think last 5 years I'm seeing it's becoming more challenging. It's in a very, very dynamic stage. And today what I'm thinking that I should go back and redefine the whole curriculum of all IITs, IISCs and any other department. Why I'm saying so, taking beyond what Deepak Misra ji said, you know, if you, I think yesterday, I think there is a news I read that, you know, this Harvard studies shows 2025 that many of our traditional areas are losing sign. I mean, the people are not interested. It is not being effective for the industry. So we need to innovate. We need to bring new curriculum, new areas. Why? Because we need to hybrid now. Now you talk about AI becoming very important. We started all our traditional department, but you know, see, a job needs a hybrid kind of degrees. So that is becoming very, very important. So I am being a material engineer. I should be material engineer with the AI technology expert. Yeah. How do we do that? How do we bring the curriculum, even in IITs, if you say that we cannot change dramatically and change the whole education system that way, but we have to go. Maybe we have to take help of NEP, which provides us, you know, a new exit. We can go by certification type of courses, diploma type of courses, and then we go by 3 years, you know, the degree type of courses. So we have to add the technical skill with a soft skill technology. So here, now when we want to teach that, where are the teachers? Teachers has to be educated, has to be also that kind of resource should be given to them, so that we can do that. So we have to connect digital learning, we have to connect the intelligence to come in to put it together. Because it is not only the college degree. And another thing is that you know, we came up with a degree kind of a concept, which is like a one-time credential. We get our degree. I got all my degree up to PhD. It's like one time you get a degree. I don't think it is like this right now. I should be getting my PhD degree, if possible, every 10 years. Yeah. You know, so you have to, it's a continuum of learning. Yeah. You cannot just be stagnant, you know. Otherwise, you cannot catch up, because even if we are doing very good in IITs or other, in fact, your university is doing great, I'll tell that, Somaya University. Yeah. I'll come to that later on. But, you know, we have to adopt many other things to catch up with what is the industry changes that is happening. So how should we do that? It's a very good challenge. It's a very good task for us. I think we can do that. So connected to that, what we have to see, like I give an example, that many of the industries are asking me experts to be given, manpower to be given for the recycle industry. Is there any subject of recycle technology being taught even in any institution, including IITs? There is civil engineering, mechanical engineering. There is nothing like recycle engineering department there. And when I am teaching that particularly, let me tell you, my problem is there is no textbook to be offered to the students. I have to teach from the experience and what I see in the upcoming recycle industry, what they're doing. Okay? Mr. Ghoshal from Dow was telling me the previous one that, you know, what should be the feedstock change that is happening. Obviously, we are doing it the regular feedstock. We can have a bio feedstock. We can have a recycled feedstock. So 4 years back in IIT Delhi, we did our material science and engineering department. Sitting here today, I'm thinking I should have done a recycle material engineering and science department, or recycle or regenerative feedstock engineering and science department. So this new thinking, new concept has to come, and that is to come. I know the time constraint, so let me come to your other point, where is the industry-academia interaction. We are very, very proactive. We have taken steps into that. So if you see that, it is there in all over India, all over the world, I'll say that. You know, the British Council has, I think, something called Global Going Partnership. China, Japan, they have their industry education, industry academia partnership, and it's very talked about. And we have also taken large steps. Today we talked about industry can come together and make a pilot scale. It's very much needed. You know, the USA education system is now supporting what is called ART, Accelerated Research Translation. This is what has to be done, because your innovation, your research has to be translated very quickly. Otherwise, industry cannot come together. You know, just saying that industry-academy interaction will work, industry-academy bonding will work, there should be give and take from both sides. Absolutely. So we have to have a very quick translation. And that's why the morning discussion that innovation, 10 industries should come together and make an association and which can help Innovation Center, I think it will be very, very effective. Yeah. As a part of, I would like to mention also that as a part of Indian Chemical Council, we have a strong industry academy bonding program that we are carrying on. You must be knowing it. Dinesh ji is sitting here. Other members are, Sunita ji is here. Mr. Mehta is sitting here. So we are all contributing to that. We are, the main thing which could be also we should be looked into is the workforce development. How can we develop the currently required workforce development by connecting industry academy together? So we are thinking that this should be another area we should be looked into it. We cannot change curriculum so quickly, even in IITs. But what we can do, we can introduce maybe the bridge courses. You know, that once they graduate, maybe industry academy, our association, and other organizations should help, that we give the bridge course. That can be 6 months, that can be online, that can be hybrid. As you said, they can be 2 days, they can come to academy from industry. They have to upgrade them, because skilling, upgrading, upskilling, this is all very necessary. So this bridge course, very tailored course, can help actually to catching up, and slowly we can also transform our curriculum in such a way that we can reduce this gap, whatever it is.
Thank you. I think, you know, 2 key points. I mean, look, the way academia and institutions are structured, changing curriculum to the fast changes that's happening in the industry is not going to be very easy. So one of the things that we in institutions tell students is that anything that you learn here 6 months from now is going to be redundant. So the only thing that you can learn is how do you learn very quickly. And so from an industry side also, there needs to be deep thinking about how do you make sure that workforce, you give them opportunity to, you know, unlearn and relearn at frequent intervals. So I'm going to move to Mr. Murali from Croda, who runs a company with growth aspirations. I'm going to ask him 2 very specific questions about, is your growth aspirations being limited by lack of talent? Number 1. I think you are also thinking about certain models like the one that we have with BASF, the WeChemie, to really develop you know, skilled workforce at different levels. So maybe you could speak a little bit about it. And very quickly, as we transition into newer and newer technology, particularly we'll have probably a huge challenge with people in the middle management. How do you kind of, you know, bring them to take on these new skills? Because they are used to certain ways of working. What are your thoughts about how do you ensure that this happens?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Raman. There's 3 questions, and I recognize I'm your primary obstacle to lunch. So
there is one more.
But we'll try and get this done quickly. So let's start with the first one, and I'll just try keep it concise and give it an industry flavor, right? So talent, I think lack of talent is probably too strong a word, but acquiring the right talent is proving to be a real-time challenge. So let me give you 2 examples at either end of the spectrum. So we've just constructed a plant in Gujarat, and we were trying to, obviously getting the workforce. All I'll say, it was far more difficult than we originally thought. and the cost of acquisition was far higher than what we had originally budgeted for. So this is a practical thing. The other end, so I double hat, I also wear a hat. I lead one of our business verticals for the region. And I argued very hard for a very senior technical leader to be based out of India. Okay. So I won the argument. That was about a year ago. A year later, we couldn't fill it. Okay. And eventually, people lost patience and they said, look, we'll put it somewhere else. And the role has gone elsewhere in the region. So just two examples. And this is haunting us on a daily basis. So this is happening. So now the thing is, where does it leave us? So for me, if you look at what we say in Croda, so that is the disappointing side. Let me also share an example which gives us all a lot of hope. So this plant that I spoke of was actually built within budget and has been the safest ever construction in the group till date, right? And is also, almost sustainability credentials are concerned, the #1 site in the group as of today. Yeah. Okay. So this is also possible. It takes a lot of work, takes a lot of governance. So I think there is hope. Yeah. So but it's a lot of hard work. And I think the challenge for us as an organization is the intensity of effort that it takes to make these happen is enormous. So that's the first thing. And that takes out a lot of organizational resource. In terms of what we're trying to do with the talent, I think several things. One is obviously, go to institutions. So one challenge that we spoke of earlier is attracting young people to the industry. This is a real problem, right? So chemical engineers from IIT Madras don't want to join the chemical industry. They want to do consulting, they want to do finance, they want to do all of that stuff, which is great, but then you studied chemical engineering, right? So the first thing is we're trying to make the industry more sexy. I mean, I'm sorry for the word, but I can't put it any other way. And all we're saying is, look, we're solving real life problems as an industry here, right? So it is far more interesting than you think. And then, of course, for us, our tagline is smart science to improve lives. So we say it's all about knowledge. And we're trying to solve real world problems here. So we try and first pitch the industry in a very positive manner. The second bit is, I think we are increasingly now tying up with institutions one-on-one for our needs, training needs and development needs. So, which many of us do, I guess. But we're just bringing more intensity and governance to it, because otherwise we're finding it's very difficult to, expand our operations in India. And the other thing is, which I must also point out, is India is increasingly seen as a repository of knowledge. We spoke a lot about innovation. Within Croda, India is seen for certain industry verticals, seen as a repository of knowledge. So it's important to get the talent in. The last bit, so that's what we're doing actually, which many of us are, and we're just bringing a lot more governance to it. Sure. The last bit about helping, you said middle management, I guess even leaders, adapt to the new reality coming at us. Now, this is something that really fascinates me. Because I was reading somewhere, think of this. We all deal with organograms, right? The organogram of the future will have people and agents. So as agentic AI becomes more prevalent, you'll be looking at people and agents. Now, how do you operate alongside technology? Almost like a person, right? To me, this is, rather than the hard skill bit, which was spoken about, to me it's about the mindset to keep learning and adapting. Yeah. And that is what we will all have to equip our managers with. Otherwise, the new reality is almost, it's very different.
Yeah, lose the opportunity. Yeah. Thank you so much. So Mr. Syed Mohammed represents RCPSDC, which is a skilling organization. Sir, I had at least 5 questions for you, but I'm going to limit myself with one very specific question about how do you think industry associations like CII can, for example, help in this whole developing talent, and keeping talent update with the latest technologies?
Yeah, certainly. I know the pressure. So basically, what I feel, and from my experience I can tell, that role of CII and industry associations is very important in mainstreaming the skilling, or making these standards, absolutely, accepting these standards, yes, which are there in the skilling, which should be in the industry. So that is one very important part. Second important part that we see is that how to institutionalize skilling. We are talking about deep supply chains. We are talking about audits of the vendor or vendor development. How skilling certification can be integrated in those kind of things, spheres. Lastly, very important, with the platform like CII, which comprises of the large enterprises and the MSMEs, both, can we cascade or make industry aware about the joint certification? That is possible. Under NEP, that is possible. Skill India Digital Hub, that gives us that facility. So I'm little surprised also. And I would like to highlight this, in fact, whatever we are talking about, the bridge courses, the short-term courses, the capsule courses that needs to be embedded in the higher education institutes or even at the ground level, that framework is already there. We've done a lot of work from past 10 to 12 years since the inception of Skill Development Council under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We've done a lot of work. Only now it needs to be picked up and endorsed by the industry. So that is, I would use this platform to make an appeal to the industry. There's a lot of work that already has been done. No need to reinvent the wheel. So we can really, use whatever is there to benefit the industry and the public and the candidates.
Thank you so much. I think you really said it. Sometimes our problem is that the answers are already out there, but we don't seem to be able to pick it up and run with it. So I'm going to really conclude now. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but I think the key message that is coming out is if you are all leaders of the chemical industry, I think you need to go back and look at the money and time that your employees spend in training, because if you don't retrain, I think there's going to be big opportunity that is going to be lost. I think there is key message that the future of chemical industry, humans have to work with intelligent systems. I think that's going to be the way for the future. That requires tremendous amount of reskilling that needs to happen. I think academia is there within all the constraints. I think there is much greater need for partnership. And I think there is already quite a number. I think chemical industry has been in the forefront of academia industry partnership. If you look at the number of entrepreneurs who have come out of ICT or IITs, I think no other industry has produced so many, industry leaders. I think we need to continue to show the path in how to kind of meet the future kind of changes that is happening. So with that, so Mr. Mishra, thank you so much. And my fellow panelists, thank you for being so crisp and yet communicating very powerful messages there. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran. May I now request Dr. Ramachandran to kindly present the token of appreciation to our distinguished panel, please. May I request Dr. Ramachandran to kindly present the token of appreciation to Shri Deepak Mishra. Requesting everybody to kindly give a big round of applause. To Mr. Dilip Sawhney. Mr. Saif Mohammed. Mr. Murali Dovari. Professor A.K. Ghosh. Mr. Viswanathan Rajendran. Requesting Mr. Dilip Sawhney to kindly present the token of appreciation to Dr. Ramachandran, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to be a very important session, which will be with the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal. I would request everybody to kindly be in the hall by 2:20 p.m. as we will be starting sharp at 2:25. But before that, I would request everybody to
Excel Industries Limited, one of its kind domestic chemical manufacturers, first in its line in India. Seeded in the year 1941, completing a journey of 70-plus years creating an aura of trust, values, and excellence through our boundless experience. Excel Industries has always focused on innovation, making it a key driving force of the company. With hundreds of breakthrough in chemical process, Excel Industries has made its name in the field of specialty polymer additives and high-quality veterinary APIs. Excel Industries also serves as a leading example of successful model in agrochemical intermediates and phosphorus derivatives. Soon we are also going to set our foot in pharmaceutical intermediates industry. Years and counting 100s more to serve the nation with quality and excellence is the motto of Excel Industries.
इसमें तो गिलास फिसक जाएगा।
टेबल जो वाले थे ना वो तो अभी शायद उधर है नहीं हाउस नहीं सेम रहेगी करवा दीजिए
Excel Industries Limited, one of its kind domestic chemical manufacturers, first in its line in India. Seeded in the year 1941, completing a journey of 70 plus years creating an aura of trust, values, and excellence through our boundless experience. Excel Industries has always focused on innovation, making it a key driving force of the company. With hundreds of breakthrough in chemical process, Excel Industries has made its name in the field of specialty polymer additives and high-quality veterinary APIs. Excel Industries also serves as a leading example of successful model in agrochemical intermediates and phosphorus derivatives. Soon we are also going to set our foot in pharmaceutical intermediates industry. And counting 100s more to serve the nation with quality and excellence is the motto of Excel Industries.
कॉपीज है सबको देना होगा
check, 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 check. Check, hello. Hello, hello, check. Check, check, hello. चेक हेलो हेलो चेक वन सही है ओके
Excel Industries Limited, one of its kind domestic chemical manufacturers, first in its line in India. Seeded in the year 1941, completing a journey of 70-plus years creating an aura of trust, values, and excellence through our boundless experience. Excel Industries has always focused on innovation, making it a key driving force of the company. With hundreds of breakthrough in chemical process, Excel Industries has made its name in the field of specialty polymer additives and high-quality veterinary APIs. Excel Industries also serves as a leading example of successful model in agrochemical intermediates and phosphorus derivatives. Soon we are also going to set our foot in pharmaceutical intermediates industry. And counting 100s more to serve the nation with quality and excellence is the motto of Excel Industries. Excel Industries Limited, one of its kind domestic chemical manufacturers, first in its line in India. Seeded in the year 1941, completing a journey of 70-plus years created an aura of trust, values, and excellence through our boundless experience. Excel Industries has always focused on innovation, making it a key driving force of the company. With hundreds of breakthrough in chemical process, Excel Industries has made its name in the field of specialty polymer additives and high-quality veterinary APIs. Excel Industries also serves as a leading example of successful model in agrochemical intermediates and phosphorus derivatives. Soon we are also going to set our foot in pharmaceutical intermediates industry. And counting 100s more to serve the nation with quality and excellence is the motto of Excel Industries.
May I request all of you to please settle down and join me in welcoming our special guest for this special plenary session, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India.
the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. It's always great to have you in sectors which are so much intensive into manufacturing, and your contribution so much in this entire space of manufacturing has been so very critical and important. And today, as we have this Indian Chemicals and Petrochemicals Conference, your participation highlights and signifies to us the importance you give to sector by sector, how you have really focused upon in the manufacturing space. Indeed, very grateful to you, and a warm welcome to you to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister. So as I mentioned about your contribution into this space of manufacturing, certain things are of course very, very well known in the, if you look at the broad spectrum of Make in India, the PLI of course, the Gati Shakti, and of course, very importantly, the national logistics policy. But sir, we wanted to highlight to you that you brought into the scale committee, which you created, and one of the members, two of the members of the scale committee are also present here. And in the scale committee, you brought in many, many focus areas, and we could work in this space in a very collaborative solution providing type of a manner. Second, we have seen also yours bringing in chemicals into the global space. You brought it in an IPEF. You brought in a chapter actually on action plan and supply chain. And in the FTAs, chemicals have played many of the FTAs that you have been. We have seen important positions in UAE, Australia, UK, and of course we are hearing in EU as well as in Qatar. The focus that you have brought in the chemical sector. We've also seen in the CETA the huge opportunities of for the chemicals market, and in EFTA a large amount of access that we get in the chemicals. So we wanted to celebrate that, sir, with you, because without your leadership and this would not have happened. I'll stop there because we know that you have so many engagements in a day. And want to once again welcome you and thank you for joining this very important conference, which we are honored to do with our Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. And it's been a real good day of many important subjects which some of our colleagues from the Indian industry will speak about. Welcome and thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. Salil Singhal, Chairman, CII Indian Chemicals and Petrochemicals Conference, Member Scale, and Chairman Emeritus PI Industries.
Mananiya Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, members from the Department of Chemicals who are our partners in this conference, ladies and gentlemen and delegates and participants, it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to address this distinguished gathering of Indian Chemicals and Petrochemical Conference 2025. As Chairman Emeritus of PI Industries, a chemical industry member, as a member of the Steering Committee for Advancing Local Value and Employment, that's SCALE, under DPIIT, and as a veteran CII member, I speak today and as a committed person who is part and parcel of the manufacturing transformation that we are seeing in India, and particularly in the chemical industry. Let me begin by acknowledging the leadership of our Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal, whose initiatives have consistently elevated India's industrial capabilities. From the successful launch of Bharat Text in the past, which redefined India's textile success launch of Bharat Text, to the past where redefined India's textile narrative globally, to the recent unveiling of the HSN Code Mapping Guidebook, a landmark reform aligning product codes across ministries. His efforts have brought clarity, precision, and responsiveness to our policy frameworks. These reforms are not just administrative milestones. They are strategic enablers. They simplify regulatory pathways, strengthen trade negotiations, and empower startups and MSMEs to participate meaningfully in India's growth story. The ministers focus on the FTAs, about which also Chandrajit referred, ease of doing business, and startup ecosystem development has created fertile grounds for innovation and investment to accelerate Bharat's economic growth. It is in this spirit of transformation and coordinated action that I have the honor and privilege to welcome you, Shri Piyush Ji Goyal, amongst us and to address this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal. May I now invite Mr. R. Mukundan, President-designate CII Chairman, CII National Committee on Chemicals and Petrochemicals, and Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals Limited.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, I think let me first start by saying thanking you from all the industry people here, that we are greatly motivated by your presence. This is only going to do whatever you wished in terms of surging India's export. I know you have a number in mind. Last time we had a very clear understanding what that number should be, and see, chemical sector will contribute to that. But firstly, let me also thank our, my co-panelists, CB and Salil, for highlighting the work they've been doing. In a sense, this is an industry which has got a huge potential. I tell you from the numbers. We are 7% of the GDP, but we are the 6th largest chemical producer in the world, so we have to become 4th largest, at least, where India is. The moment we're going to become 3rd largest economy, we should become 3rd largest. So the potential is fantastic. For that, there are 3 things which we have thought through as an industry. One is scale, which is something which you have spearheaded, and Mr. Salil Singhal is heading it. And I think creation of PCPIR and also looking at speed and efficiency of decision making, logistics, all this are going to come and play positive role. The second piece is on technology and sustainability. You have been a champion of green and green economy, and also investment in sustainability, which we will continue to focus. And thirdly is the most important thing we are going to do today, which is to look at prioritizing future-ready workforce for this industry. This industry does need a future-ready workforce, which is at the intersection of AI, digital, technology, everything put together. And also to become a global scale producer, we need the highest standards of manufacturing. All the chemists, engineers who need to work here have to be at the forefront of R&D and research and innovation. So for that, we are going to be launching our own study outcome during the course of this session. Overall, I would just say the task before us is exciting. Task before us is fantastic with the opportunities which are opened up with FTA. And we will continue to ensure that we strengthen the ecosystem for not just R&D, but also technology partnerships to build the trade linkages for FTA and cluster-led development. And clearly to this end, the CII National Committee on Chemicals and Petrochemicals is fundamentally working towards resilient future-ready industry with 5 strategic pillars: competitiveness, talent and skills, AI and digitalization. Most importantly, chemical industry needs to be a safe industry, safety and sustainability and advanced materials. We have developed a scorecard, and we will working towards the scorecard to achieve all these points which the government has set for us and set for India as it moves forward. So all in all, I can say we are ready. We are ready to work together with government. We are ready to work with academia. We are ready to work collaborating amongst all of us to build a wonderful ecosystem that fosters innovation, rewards sustainability, and empowers talent. Thank you, and we all eagerly look forward to your address, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mukundan. We now have the release of a report on people powering progress, building India's chemical workforce for a USD 1 trillion industry. And may I request the Honorable Minister to do the honors with all the other dignitaries on the dais. Yes, please hold it up for the photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor and pleasure to invite Shri Piyush Goyal Ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to address us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukundan, Mr. Salil Singhal, Chandrajit, for all your warm comments. Thank you, Narayan. All the distinguished captains of industry from the chemicals and petrochemical sector, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Truly delighted to be amongst you, albeit a little bit late, but we are working against too many global issues right now, which tend to often not have a time limit. Of course, the theme today is very, very exciting, enabling competitiveness, India's pathway to global leadership. I don't think you could have given me a better subject to speak, because once I saw the subject, I quickly made my talking points for all of you. I don't know if you have realized today is also Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's birth anniversary. We celebrate it as World Students' Day. Our missile man changed the destiny of India, inspired generations to look at scientific discovery, focus on innovation, have a spirit of inquiry in our life, in our work. And there can be no better industry than your industry, which should be at the forefront of developing new technologies, making India a leader of cutting-edge solutions for the economy, for industry. And if we see great nations or developed advanced nations are only made on the back of technology, on the back of innovation. If you look at the world economies, you will hardly find any economy which would have achieved greatness or achieved the position of becoming a developed or advanced nation until they focused serious capital and energies on innovation and science, on R&D. So much so that even the oil-rich nations today, Saudi Arabia, for example, more than they invest on Aramco, are now investing possibly on SABIC, recognizing that the future is all going to be value-added products with the thrust on clean energy, renewable energy, climate change. It has its ups and downs. There will be phases when the world will be super active. There may be phases where some major economies may not be focused on this subject. But that doesn't change the dynamics or the need of this fight against climate change. And we in India, of course, in recent times are suffering the consequences of climate change also, as are many other countries. And therefore, if we have to become an advanced nation, if we have to achieve greatness, if we have to make India Viksit Bharat by 2047, science, R&D, innovation, these will have to be the backbone of our working. Your sector, in my humble opinion, holds tremendous potential. I'm so glad that you've got Kearney to come out with this vision to power your industry to become a $1 trillion industry. I wish the year was also written here. I have it in my talking points. But I thought, but whether it should be 2040, whether it should be earlier, is a matter that I leave for all of you to reflect upon. If we are looking at a $35 trillion economy by 2047, clearly means by 2040 we'll be looking at least a $20 billion economy or a $18 trillion economy. Worst case, if we are not 18 trillion by 2040, Our aspiration to be a 35 or $32 trillion economy by 2047 is not happening. And 1 trillion on 18 trillion is what, 5.5%? Right? So that means you are looking at backward journey from 7% contribution to India's GDP today, as you claim. I don't. Sorry, next time you shouldn't be calling a chartered accountant to come and addressing engineers, right? And particularly chemical engineers at that. But just food for thought. Because in my humble opinion, one of our biggest challenges before the country is that we don't aim big enough. Our ambitions are not challenging us to do better. When Prime Minister Modi speaks of Viksit Bharat 2047, in a way he's challenging all of us to aspire for big targets, to aspire for greatness. The old status quo, the old way of working, the laissez-faire, chalta hai approach, that has to change. We cannot be satisfied when we report to in our AGM that we've had a 6% growth last year or 8% growth last year, even by saying we had a 10% growth, because we all know that that is all nominal growth. When we discount, when we report in our AGMs, we don't look at constant growth levels. And I seriously want all of you to reflect whether the petrochemical and chemical sector, which in a way has its tentacles in the entire manufacturing ecosystem. Nothing can be done without you. No auto sector, no Bharat Mandapam, no carpets, no nothing. I mean, I'm sure this must also, these mics also would have a chemical into the plastic or whatever, polyurethane or whatever has gone into making this mic system. This furniture cannot be made without glue. Directly, indirectly, you come into our lives all the way through. And therefore, your strategic contribution, your strategic role in nation building cannot ever be undermined, cannot ever be understated also. Agri, healthcare, infrastructure, construction, energy, I spoke about automobiles, mobility. You are omnipresent. And once that recognition dawns upon the entire industry, you will realize that ultimately we will also have to assess where our strengths lie. Every country always cannot do everything. Michael Porter's old theory, the comparative advantage of nations, will matter. We will have to start looking at our areas of strength where we can beat the competition, where we can try to aspire to become global leaders, where we can move out of that small contribution of 3-4% of exports, global exports from India, to try and see whether we can have a dominant position in international trade. Can we be 20% plus in 20 items at least of global trade? If you are looking at greatness, there will always be champion sectors. And then there may be certain things where it doesn't matter even if we import it, where we are not competitively going to be advantageous. After all, import duties or barriers to import, in some products where you are looking at supply chain resilience, or you want to be sure you are not at the mercy of some monopolistic supplier or monopolistic country, and you'll appreciate what I'm trying to allude to. We certainly don't want to be left at the mercy of one geography or even one or two geographies on any item in our supply chains, which can cripple our entire sector. We will need diversified sources. There may be items where we need solid protection, and we need to have that domestic value chain in sufficient quantity to make sure our entire sector does not become vulnerable. But that can be few items. By and large, we will have to integrate with global economies, particularly if you want to become an advanced economy yourself. That's why if you will see, under Prime Minister Modi in the last 6 years, in the last 11 years, and particularly the 6 years that I have been holding the Commerce and Industry Ministry, he has guided us totally to focus on advanced economies to expand our global trade footprint. We will continue to export all over the world. We'll continue to look at every market. But our focus when we do, let's say, for free trade agreements, where has that focus been? The first one it did was Mauritius. I think we don't compete with them on anything. They complement us. And they have an $18,000 per capita income. Second was UAE. Again, a country where other than dates, I don't think we need to be threatened by anything. It's another matter that your industry sometimes demonstrates so much weakness that even giving a minor quota of 1 or 2, 3% of our consumption in India, you all make a big fuss and hue and cry about it. And I feel very disappointed when that happens. It shows you in very poor light. It shows weakness. When I try to understand how will 2 or 3% imports hurt 100% of your domestic market demand or pricing, I'm given very ridiculous responses. And ultimately, when we have to do FTAs, we will need support from all sectors. It cannot be that we want open markets everywhere, but our industry leave out when you open up the Indian market. That can't work. ताली तो दो हाथ से ही बचेगी ना, दो तरफा व्यापार होता है. Then we did Australia, another advanced country. Then we did the 4-nation EFTA bloc. Tell me if any of these countries, anything which can hurt us, what will come from there which can hurt our economy? From Liechtenstein, anything? Norway, Iceland, Switzerland? Whatever we can get, we'll probably need it. Machineries, high quality innovation stuff. We can probably attract the pharma industry to come here in a big way. They may have some innovations in your sectors which could be useful to collaborate because they have a commitment to invest $100 billion FDI, not into the stock market, friends. वो तो Norwegian pension fund एक साल में ही डाल देगा $100 billion. We're talking of FDI, solid manufacturing, innovation, technology-based money, and then of course some service sector to the extent it can absorb it. Then UK. Whom are we talking to now? UK, of course, probably the deepest FTA in the widest span so far, and comparable $4 trillion economy, and a reasonably open market, unlike Japan or Korea, which we have FTAs, but it's a highly nationalistic spirit there. They really don't open their market to our products. Not by government edict or government law. Industry supports each other, something which I keep pleading in India, but don't get much traction. So if two of you were to be customer and supplier, and even if it was slightly costlier to buy locally than buying from abroad, sadly, we will prefer to import. वो स्वदेशी भावना जगने को अभी भी समय है. And that really is the need of the hour. We need to support each other. We need to recognize that today an imported product may look very attractive. But at a marginal level, the impact is at oftentimes very small. But tomorrow, if we persistently continue to be dependent on imports, domestic investments will fall, domestic industry will suffer and maybe even close down. And once they have the industry, domestic industry down, then they can charge you an arm and a leg and you won't have a choice. And which is why we need to start looking at supporting each other in our value chains. Unless, as I said earlier, the competitive pricing or the comparative advantage just totally does not support the Indian industry. And we have wide enough suppliers in the world so that it will not cause us a supply chain risk in the future. So this is what policymakers today really need to learn lessons from today's global trade situation. And if today also we don't learn these lessons, then I can assure you, some of you, maybe 3-4 years down the road in the next 10th or 12th edition of ICPC that I come for, may be non-existent. And that will be your own doing. I won't name the industry, but there was a particular industry which was not buying a product which was available in India from the MSME sector. So there were some 50-60 MSME units making a product, but the industry preferred to import it for some small saving maybe. It's a product which has no quality implication, just literally goes into a furnace. But they preferred to import. I kept pleading, allow me to put some restrictions on import. There was a lot of resistance. They didn't allow me to do that. And I have to balance users, industry, I have to balance the whole chain. 6-8 महीने निकल गए, मैं कुछ कर नहीं पाया. पर भगवान है ऊपर. We all believe in destiny and fate and God. At least I do. And then the shoe pinched on the other side. The user industry got into trouble. And then they came for protection. I said, भाई उनको protection चाहिए थी, तब तो आपने बड़ा resist किया. आपके भी जरूर कोई customers हैं, उनको तकलीफ क्यों दूं मैं? Why should I protect you? And in 24 hours I got a letter, please protect the original sufferers. And half of them are almost on the verge of closure. Some may have even gone into bankruptcy. So I also didn't take action for 6 months. So they may have saved maybe 1,000 crores in 6-8 months. But they have landed up losing 10,000 crores. Because at the opportune time, they were not willing to support their supplier. Just for a petty, small benefit. And there's an industry which should be 1,000 crores, would not even be a point some percentage of their procurement. Just sharing with you my angst at the industry's approach when it comes to the Swadeshi spirit, the Atmanirbhar spirit, self-reliance. Again, with the 2 caveats, Porter's theory of comparative or competitive advantage, but with an assurance that there is adequate supply, distributed adequate supply, so we are not at the mercy of any one country. Keeping that in mind, we will have to make ourselves competitive, we'll have to make ourselves efficient, we'll have to look at more and more trading arrangements with other countries so that other markets open for us. And while doing that, we will have to open some of our markets to others. Of course, if there's any surge in imports which hurts you, we are waiting for you to come and tell us. DGTR, the trade remedies today, are really taken up very, very fast. If you give data, it can be done in as little as 4 or 5 months. If you have a serious crisis, we can put a provisional protection for any of you. So anybody feels that you are being hurt by predatory pricing or a surge in import from any geography which is hurting your industry, or substandard quality goods are coming in at low prices, we are waiting for you to highlight it to us, and we'll take quick action. Similarly, any country has any non-tariff barriers which are hurting you in your export attempt, please tell us. Very often when I'm negotiating with other countries, I don't have enough in my hand to be able to negotiate and relieve you of non-tariff barriers that you may be facing in other countries. Unless you highlight all this to the Commerce or Industry Ministry, our hands are not strengthened in our negotiations. So therefore, if you want competitiveness and global leadership, our efficiency, our cost competitiveness will be important. But at the same time, our supporting each other will be equally important. Our being aware of any discrimination we are facing and highlighting it and fighting for it will be equally important. As we open up new markets or we open you to bigger competition, it should be fair trade on both sides. So, and ultimately remember, whatever you produce, as I said, goes to consumers in some form or the other. So ultimately, if I protect you or any sector with very high import duties, I am hurting the end consumer also. 140 crore consumers are suffering. So our job becomes a little bit of a delicate balancing of 140 crore consumers' interests. Then within each of your sectors, the various value chain participants. And at times, somebody may feel that, oh, we didn't get as much as we should have got or could have got. But I can assure you, it's not for want of our desire to support you. It would always be to try and bring a balance in the entire supply chain. But we are there to support you in any issues that are bothering your industry. From your side, I would urge you to be very vigilant against any dumping, any low cost, any predatory pricing issues in your industry. Some of you, I don't know whether any of you have had a chance to test us, but whoever has come to us with any such issue, I have always prioritized meeting them, getting them support, getting them relief, at times taking decisions within 24 hours to make sure that no sector suffers. Before I conclude, one last point in which I would seek your indulgence, for your own good, by the way, is areas where you think any of the laws need to be decriminalized for petty offenses or minor misdemeanor or mistake. Any processes, procedures that need to be simplified. Any compliance burden that needs to be removed or reduced. Any paperwork which you can recognize as unnecessary. You know, in Patents Act, we had one Form 27. Everybody was complaining to me that it's too cumbersome, but department insisted it's very important. Finally, I just asked one question. In the last 10 years, Show me how many times we have referred to Form 27 or data given by anybody in Form 27. What do you think was the answer? It's actually zero. But there was an importance of that form, but not the granular data that they were collecting. And because of that, people were not even taking patents in India because of all these inconveniences. We reduced it to one page, online, self-certification, no questions asked. And by the way, if you have not recognized or realized it as yet, most of you will know the most difficult two nations on earth on IPR were UK and Switzerland. If any of you has had to work with other countries, you will know. Working with UK and Switzerland, they were perpetually complaining against India's intellectual property rights and the protection given by India. And with both these countries, we have a robust IPR chapter in the FTA. If we could achieve that, you will appreciate something must be going right. And thus, friends, there's that rap song, Apna time aayega. Kuch hai na aisa? I'll only amend that to say Apna time aa gaya hai. आपके हाथ में है कि उस समय को हम ग्रैब करेंगे, उस अपॉर्चुनिटी को हम कैश करेंगे, या जैसे कई बार होता है और कई देशों के साथ हो चुका है, कभी कभार एक बहती गंगा तेज गति से बढ़ते हुए व्यवस्थाएं भी कई बार किधर बीच में जाके अटक जाती है. Many countries have fallen into a middle income trap. Many companies, which used to be darlings or blue-eyed boys of industry, have fallen by the wayside, who didn't remain abreast with modernity, with innovation, with current changing dynamics. We will not let that happen to India for sure, that I can tell you. With the laser focus and vision that Prime Minister Modi brings to the country's progress, development and future, with his commitment for sustainable and inclusive growth so that we achieve our rightful place in the comity of nations, Bharat will not fail. And I hope to see all of you in that same spirit in Bharat's journey towards greatness. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely meeting all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the next session as soon as we have the tables turned.
and gentlemen, our last session is on access to technologies and advanced materials, the next frontier. May I invite on stage Dr. Sudeep Maheshwari, Partner Kearney, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava, Managing Director, India, Middle East, Africa, IMEA, the Lubrizol Corporation, Mr. Ashwin Shroff, Executive Chairman, Excel Industries Limited, and Mr. Amit Bansal, Director Sales, India ASEAN and ANZ, BASF Process Catalysts. I would now request Dr. Maheshwari to kindly take over the stage, please.
Well, thank you, CII, for having me. It's my pleasure to be here at Indian Chemical and Petrochemical Conference 2025. I'll be moderating the session on access to technologies and advanced materials, next frontier. I have my esteemed panelists with me. Let me set a quick context and then we'll get the questions started. I think India chemical industry has done well, right? We have obviously been growing at double digit if you take specialty chemicals. But what we see at least is we are at a pivotal point. The way we have grown in the past is three folds. Having a low-cost manufacturing hub, and that's where a lot of specialty chemicals have been pivoting, or importing the technology and scaling and serving for the local needs where, duty protection and some of those things have helped us. I believe going forward, it will look very, very different. I think it will no longer be just about importing technologies. We'll need to co-create technologies. And especially as we talk about the advanced material, fluorochemicals, if you talk about battery materials, EV materials, clean energy, these will require technologies in some cases which do not exist today and need to be innovated. So it's no longer about going out, grabbing the best technology and scaling in India. It's also about co-creating some of those technologies. And this is the point I want to kind of dive further with the panelists. And let me start with the first question. And Abhishek, just kind of setting the scene, how do you see India's role evolving, especially as we mature towards advanced materials? And what are the opportunities or gaps that you see from an Indian chemical industry landscape?
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Sudeep. So first of all, very energizing speech by our Commerce Minister. And I want to start with that, right? Like everybody is saying, this is India's time, FTAs and manufacturing footprint, right? Because 15 years ago, it was China. Now it's China plus one, right? And India is a big part of that. So the entire world is looking for that partner, which India is. Number two, as companies look at establishing a position in the supply chain, they also want to look for surety of a market. And India, with our growing affluent population, is a very good captive market, right? So as Sudeep was mentioning, it's about co-creating. So you're putting in capital. The risk is that, okay, what happens if the geopolitical situation changes, right? Your capital is at risk. So with India, there is a big captive market, which is premiumizing. So people are spending, and the companies that are coming in, we have good captive consumption. Number three is the workforce, right? We have a very educated, English-speaking, hard-working, younger workforce, just by sheer numbers, right? So as you localize in India, you need the right folks, right people to run the manufacturing, run the business, right? And the last, number four, is what we just heard from our Commerce Minister, the support from the government, right? You see, so granular. I have not seen such a granular presentation around how the government is supporting the local industries, what is the strategy around protecting the industry, as well as protecting the entire value chain, how we are complementing our strategy with FTAs with other countries, right? So these four factors, I feel, are very, very working in complement to each other for India at this time. And another thing I would add is, like, this is the time. That also means there's a lot of pressure, right? If we don't act on this time will pass. And to me, that's a big opportunity for India as a whole. And that's why I see it as a big fit. And I think the challenges, maybe this kind of sets the stage for the panel discussion. But the challenges goes back to doing that original research, right? Investing in technology. We cannot be a country where we are importing technology. These MNCs, for example, like I work for Lubrizol. One of the things we are also looking at is local innovation, right? We cannot bring an innovation that was built in the West, in US, and try to sell it in the India market, right? We have to invest in local value equation for the consumers. That means local innovation, local manufacturing, and that to me is a big challenge that all the companies are trying to solve.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for your insights. Next, Amit, I want to come to you. The theme I want to touch is technology access and collaboration, and you represent a global specialty chemical company. Question to you is, accessing these cutting-edge technology will clearly be critical, and it will require a lot of collaboration across players. How's your organization approaching the same, both from a global context and, if you can, on the Indian context as well?
Sure. Thanks. And good afternoon to all of the audience here. I think I'll also circle back to what just Piyush Goyal said, that this industry cannot exist on its own. If we try to develop the entire expertise in-house, I think we are not only exaggerating the cost part here, but we are also reducing the speed to the market. We are also not able to create the barriers that such partnerships can, the technology partnerships can really enable creating barriers against the competition. And then also the scalability would get impacted. So, and I'd like to quote a few examples from what BSF has been doing in this area in terms of the technological types. I mean, one of the first examples which relate well to this theme as well on competitiveness and sustainability. We announced a collaboration with Sulzer in 2024, early 2024. So we had our adsorbents. Sulzer had their technology platform and the process engineering platform, and together we co-created a complete process end-to-end solution to upgrade plastic-based bio-oils, which can be fed back into naphtha cracker. And today we are at a stage within a span of 1.5 years to actually take it to the market and deploy it at the user industries. One of the other examples that I can quote again from BSF is our collaboration with Kettle on the battery materials technologies. BSF brings the cathode active materials, which we are quite deeply ingrained into, and Kettle brings their next generation electrochemistry. And together, we have been able to get into the market with our complete solution on the long-lasting battery materials. And also on the open innovation that you just mentioned, another example that I'd like to quote is where we are working with University of Karlsruhe in Germany, where we are bringing the next-gen catalyst to capture CO2, convert it into chemicals, and it's an innovative solution that we have worked with Karlsruhe where we have deployed the solution along with a wastewater treatment plant, which captures CO2 in a methanol solvent, releases that CO2 and co-generates that back into methanol for further capture of CO2. I mean, together with such partnerships, I think this industry can move ahead. And not only BSF, I think another example which I would quote here is from Dow and Mitsui, which is a very recent example where they have got into a JV in Japan to produce bio-based plastics. Dow brings their polymeric technology and polymeric expertise into fore there, and Mitsui brings their whole supply chain experience and the traceability tools on the bio-based materials to co-produce these materials. So I think there are no two thoughts that without the technology collaboration in this space, the advanced material industry would find it difficult to move ahead.
Thank you, Amit. Ashwinji, coming next to you, I want to cover the theme of innovation and, localization of innovation. I mean, as I mentioned in the opening, I mean, majority part of our sector is taking the technology and then manufacturing. How can we be from a technology taker to a, innovation, driving co-developments?
I think you have asked the right question to the right company. We have always been an in-house R&D based company. We have never borrowed technologies. We have never bought technologies. So thank you for an indirect compliment that you started us with. I just for everybody's information, Excel was started in 1941, before India gained its independence, and it has always been built on the in-house technologies. So, and we have got many firsts to our credit. So, thank you. And very happy to be sharing the panel with one of our oldest customers for the last 55 years. Lubrizol has been our customer, and BASF, which has always been proud to be a chemical company, although chemical companies have gone through some scrutinies and all that. So thank you for sharing this. Right. Yeah, so well, I think innovation cannot be anybody's monopoly. It can always be done by companies. It can always be with industry, academia, collaboration and all that. So long as you have an open mind, you can always create innovation. So that's what we have believed in.
Sir, any insights on how you traverse that journey? I think that would be very useful for the audience here.
Be an out-of-box thinker. Think differently. Just to give you one example, when the refinery started in India, there were two refineries, Burma Shell and Stenweg refineries in Mumbai. And one of them suddenly ran out of cuprous chloride, which they needed, which was because they changed the crude supply, so it consumed more cuprous chloride. And they said, hey, what do we do now? Our import will take very long. So Excel had built up some reputation, so they came to us, said, can you do it? And within 4 days, the product was developed sufficient to keep the refinery going. Otherwise, it was a big investment which would have lied idle. The second one, example of innovation, one of them needed some sulfur dioxide for some treatment in the refinery. And they said, we need a small quantity. So my father, who was the founder of the company, what he did was, he said the typical way to do it is to burn sulfur in air and you will get a very dilute SO2. But that's a very capital intensive project. Whereas what he did was, he looked at the textbook way of creating sulfur dioxide, react sulfur and sulfuric acid, you get SO2 and water. Water can be condensed out, you are left with pure SO2. And that's what was done. And again, within a short time, we supplied to them and they were very happy. So like that, these are some examples, but there can be many others that we have got.
Very, very interesting and inspiring. Next, I want to touch a little bit about, emerging segment. Advanced material, as the topic of this panel, is a very wide term. I mean, you can count a lot of specialty chemicals in there. Abhishek, coming back to you, I mean, we talk about fluorochemicals, which is going in a lot of polymers, agrochemicals and whatnot, battery materials, composites, semiconductors. Now we are talking about semiconductor manufacturing coming to India. Would be good to get your thoughts on which areas do you see most promising from an Indian context at this point?
Yeah. Yeah, I think from where I sit, I think we look at the transition that's happening outside, right? So we have the energy transition happening, right? From fossils to solar, renewables, nuclear in some cases. There is a transition happening in mobility, right? Which is being driven by that. So internal combustion engine is coming to its, and we have been saying that for a few years. It's been slower than what we thought, but it's happening. So EVs are coming up. And then we talked about, Mr. Piyush Goyal talked about sustainability, right? Sustainability, bio-derived, bio-based. You gave a couple of examples, Amit, around there. So I feel there is a materials transition, right? So energy transition, mobility transition, materials transition, and a lot of awareness about sustainability. So that's what we look at. We think for Indian context, the fact that we don't have self-sufficiency in oil, I think the battery technologies, battery materials are going to be very important going into the future. From Lubrizol side, we make a lot of chemistries which help with binders, primers, dispersing battery active electrolytes into the battery properly, making the manufacturing easy. Because battery is basically a coatings process, the EV batteries, right? So I feel innovation for India, in the entire battery value chain would be very important going forward because it addresses your energy transition and mobility transition. The second piece, I think, is bio-based and biodegradability. So where we play in our life sciences business, paints and coatings business, right? Where whatever we are dispersing in the environment has to have a natural mechanism for the environment to degrade it versus forever chemicals, right? As our population is growing, as we are using more personal care, home care products, the surfactants, the polymers that are used for viscosity modification, can they be bio-based as well as biodegradable? Because not all bio-based are biodegradable, right? And vice versa. But I think that materials transition towards this biodegradability. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about biosurfactants, right? I'm talking about biocellulose, biopolymers, right? So these we think are very important area for innovation coming forward for India. And lastly, AI, I think, is such a big force which has come up so fast that if you look at the entire value chain within AI, starting from chip manufacturing all the way to data center footprint and cooling and energy efficiency of data centers. So any innovation around that, right? There's a lot of pull within all the geographies around being self-sufficient in data centers, AI, and compute, right? Very important to have self-sufficiency in the chip manufacturing. Very important to have self-sufficiency in having local data centers, which means what technologies are you using to cool the data centers, right? So that's where some of the products Lubrizol has are going. But overall, from what I see for India, these three areas as a mega trend and what technologies can help India to be self-sufficient in these would be critical.
Thank you, Abhishek. You touched upon sustainability, and that's what I want to explore a little bit more with Amit. When we talk about sustainability, it's about lighter materials, greener materials. It's about, really recycling or recyclability, if you kind of talk about that way. From your point of view, from BASF point of view, how are you integrating sustainability into your R&D, innovation, and next material platforms?
Sure. So I think sustainability for BASF is a way of life. And we have gone about this very systematically and very early in the, when these terms were being coined, actually. We started off in BASF with mostly our energy efficient programs, utilizing next generation catalysts to reduce the energy inputs into our processes, look at very high global warming potential gases abatements as a solution. From there on, I think we did quite a good progress. Some of the graphs I've read within our internal circulations talk about that our production has gone up by 25%, but our emissions with just these initiatives have actually come down by 25%. From there on, we have moved on to designing of products, and a couple of examples where I would quote, we launched in India a product called EcoBio, which was a biodegradable plastic. We are working on bio-based polyurethane, which is a product called Haptex. We are also working on a bio-based super absorbent material, already launched into the market. I mean, it's not working, we have already launched these products into the market. We on the product designing aspect, we are working on 3D printed catalyst technologies, which would probably de-bottleneck existing plants from where they can apply. For example, sulfuric acid industry is one of the areas where we have recently started commercializing this 3D printed catalyst. And in an existing plant, a drop-in replacement, it could give a 25% boost on the productivity. So, I mean, these are some of the initial things that we have done. From there on, we are also now embarking on creating whole ecosystems. Recently, we are working with Porsche, where we are looking at the automotive waste, which is very difficult to segregate, and gasifying it and converting it back into syngas, which can get converted back into the same product from where it has come. So enabling the whole loop recyclability and being an offtake partner in that loop. So I think quite a bit that BASF is actually doing to enable sustainability on its own through its products, and also creating the ecosystem there.
Thank you, Amit. We talked about innovative materials require a lot of R&D. A matter of the fact is, at least in India, our R&D spends are dismally low, on an average less than 1% compared to globally chemical companies, at least 4% or above. Ashwinji, coming to you on next, and you have seen this journey, over last several years. How do we catalyze that? What are the policy enablers, if any, ecosystem enablers, which will really drive R&D investment, R&D innovation? Would be good to hear your thoughts.
See, one is, of course, the policy makers, the funding agencies, the governments have their role, definitely, and there has to be conducive policies. But developing your in-house expertise, developing your own in-house ability to do it, because there cannot be a guaranteed sort of inputs from the right policies and funding and all that. So it has to be substantially self-driven, and one can have some support and all that. So that's what we have believed in, and we have not over-relied on external agencies. So that's how we have been able to do it. So cost-effective R&D is what you can do. There's a lot of learning, and like has been discussed at the earlier sessions, one is to have a very good degree from a very good college and engineering and all that. But the talent is not always coming just because they are highly qualified. We have had excellent examples of people, somebody who joined us as the son of the carpenter who was coming to our factory, and he became one of our best engineers. He was not even fully qualified. So I think qualifications and degrees have their own place, but there is something like inherent talent which needs to be supported. You have to provide conducive environment, and you can do that.
Got it, definitely.
Just one request. I have prepared, as I was invited to talk here, I have prepared some thoughts. It's about 7-8 minutes I have got. So if, depending on the time available, I'll be happy to share some of the thoughts about the advanced materials, the so-called advanced, and also some technologies and how to look at them. So
sure, Ashwin. Maybe I'll cover.
Time permits, I'll be happy to share.
We'll definitely make time to hear that. Yeah. We come back to you on that.
Yeah, sure.
Advanced materials, new technologies, it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. They start out expensive, and sometimes the cost curves go down, sometimes don't go down. We see that in green hydrogen as an example in India. We want to scale it, but it's difficult with the current cost curves and where things are. Abhishek, coming back to you, I mean, from an advanced material, scaling up these technologies, what are the challenges you see? Is it cost, scale, regulatory clarity, market adoption, all of the above? Would be good to hear your thoughts and how you can bring those down.
Yeah, I think I want to kind of go back to Ashwinji's comment about at the ground level, we need local talent, right? I graduated from a chemical engineering degree from one of the premium institutions in India. In my batch, there were smarter people in chemical engineering than me. But guess what? What are they doing right now? They are doing finance, they are doing IT, investment banking, right? Lot of things outside chemical engineering. I stuck around, right? So to me, it kind of goes back to your point earlier, right? There is talent which we need locally in India who is passionate about doing innovation in specialty chemicals, right? So that's number one. And that is a challenge. That is a challenge as we do local innovation, right? You gave great examples of local innovation because you were linked in with the industry, right? They were coming to you with a problem and you were like, I will solve this problem for you, right? I think there needs to be more of that. I spent a lot of time in US working for US multinationals. And one of the advantage US has is exactly what you said, Ashwinji, but at scale, right? So big companies would have big liaisons with big universities and they will sponsor research programs, right? So the students, as they join the graduate school, they are working on an actual problem, which takes 5 years to solve. And that's what gets you your PhD. Not a thesis, but solving a problem. You did the same thing, Sudeep, right? So to me, that something like that has to come at the grassroots level in India. And which kind of goes back to what you said, Sudeep, around R&D investment, right? We cannot be a geography where we say, hey, I'm going to adopt a technology from outside and sell here. It could work in manufacturing, but from a new product standpoint, we have to innovate for the local market, right? At the local cost, at the local value equation, right? So that's one of the challenges we need to solve. At a very high level, the challenges are in feedstocks, right? As we look at specialty materials, I think India overall is looking at getting a secure supply of feedstocks. We talk about petrochemical-based feedstocks, right? We are low on C1, C2, C3, C7, right? C4 even. So there's a lot of coal to chemical investment to get those feedstocks. So I think that will help. And the last thing I would say is intellectual property, right? And we heard from Mr. Piyush Goyal, a lot of times companies are not very keen on investing because of intellectual property enforcement / protection, right? So that has to be very clear, right? Because if you look at the Western world, and we heard example from Mr. Piyush Goyal around UK, Switzerland, I would add US to it because the R&D investment, it's a depreciated investment in the intellectual property that you get investment, the return out over 20 years. And there's a big problem in a market like China. I think India is much better than that. But I think that's where we need to provide confidence to companies that if you are investing 3% in R&D, right, there is that time that you can get that investment back. That's why you should invest more, right? Otherwise, we continue solving tactical problems. So those three, four things I would say, right? Feedstock availability, intellectual property, as well as grooming the local talent and making sure people actually want to do chemical engineering once they graduate with a chemical engineering degree.
Sudeep,
yeah, exactly.
If I may just add just one thought on this. I think the limitations on commercialization of the technologies is never posed by science. It is actually posed by the ecosystem which it surrounds it. So whatever you talk about, I think this is what is really needed for any technology development to get commercialized.
No, very, very interesting points. I completely agree. We need more passionate people to follow chemical engineering and not lose them to the ITs of the other world. Digital and AI, Amit, what's happening, especially in R&D? I know a lot of things are happening in functions, marketing, supply chain, but what about R&D? How is AI digital changing the game?
This is a question which I really, sometimes found quite struggling to answer, because you said AI hit us very fast. Some of the things which our generation was just trying to grapple with, things have really moved to ahead and very fast. So I'd like to segregate this into two areas. One is the conventional ways. So we know about digital twins, we know about kinetic modeling, data mining. All these, I think, are now quite well prevalent ways of how the digitalization has got into R&D space or got into the operational aspects of the chemical industry. But some of the novel ways which I think what BSF is also working on, product designing, as I mentioned previously also, where we are looking at the 3D printed catalytic shapes. The other example could be we are also working on products like which help in waste sorting and plastic recycling. A product called Trinamics, which is a handheld spectrophotometer connected to a cloud-based data system that can help you sort plastic just at the ground level, and then thereby enable the mechanical or the chemical recycling of the plastic. Some of the other ways where we have gone ahead is the new agrochemicals which are clubbed with precision agriculture, where we work with cooperatives to define soil conditions, to look at weather conditions, what kind of history on the diseases this particular geography has, and thereby advise agricultural community and these cooperatives on what kind of crops, what sort of agrochemicals, what sort of new active ingredients that can go into these agrochemicals, which can help them prevent such disease and thereby increase the productivity. So these are some of the examples that we are really working on in the digital space, and thereby helping the R&D and the product development and bringing them faster into commercialization.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think great examples, Amit. I would say with AI, it's going to be a big leveler, game changer. And to me, it's two things. It's the speed at which you can get products out in the market and the efficiency, right? So you can do more with less. And I think that's where we see the use of AI. Like similar to example Samit gave, right? We have this engine simulation virtual twin, where if there's a formulation that needs to come out for a new engine, we can simulate thousands of formulations virtually before we actually run an engine test, right? And the speed at which the engines are changing, we can change with that. If there was no AI, then there's a mismatch, right? And whoever provides that formulation first wins. So to me, that's one. I feel like personally, me using AI, I can learn very faster, very quickly, any new subject. So I feel there are very ground level enablers on speed and efficiency with AI. So we also look at a static workforce, right? So let's say your top line is growing. Your top line of the company is growing, but your workforce is either staying flat or growing much slower than your top line. So that's where AI comes into play, right? Each of us can do more, and any company that can achieve that faster will win. So I think those are some of the practical things we feel that AI has a use in the industry. Yeah.
Super, thank you. Ashwinji, I know you have been waiting patiently. Coming back to you would be good to hear the thoughts that you have, noted down, and sum it up with what should be the vision for the chemical sector over the next 5 to 10 years.
Right. Just on.
We can go to the podium.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Just on AI, just two thoughts I'll share, and then I'll share that. On AI, some interesting examples of where AI can help is I came across a good company, a kind of startup. They have been able to develop a software to be able to predict the properties of a chemical. You have not even created a gram of that product, but if that structure is there, what will be the properties? Yep. So many products, many chemicals, as we know, are under pressure that, it is a persistent organic pollutant, needs to go out and all that. It may have wonderful properties, but a few undesirable properties. So how do you change the structure and how do you predict that? So that's one wonderful use of that. The second, I think AI, because now today's world, nobody can do without any digitalization. So that as a consumer of chemicals, and we are all discovering, the semiconductor walas, the others, they are discovering that they cannot do without chemicals. And the chemical walas do not know enough about that the chemicals are required by them. So there's a good combination. So I think we can look forward to working with the semiconductor or the IT industry to generate it. And everybody is keen to come to India, so that's a great opportunity for all of us. Okay. So now if you request, I can share my thoughts. Okay. After preparing my thought, I went through how much time it takes. It's about 8.5 minutes, so you have to tolerate me for 8.5 minutes. I'll read the prepared paper so that I don't make any mistake and don't jump from place to place. All of us in the industry, including we in the chemical industry, are at a very interesting juncture of being required to deliver very important, new, sophisticated, and very critical materials, but at the same time are expected to use new feedstocks, newer technologies, deliver new products in a sustainable way. We are not exactly a new industry. However, the new demands and expectations from our industry are what makes the current times both exciting as well as challenging. I am expected to talk about new materials and new technologies. As I was applying my mind as to what I should share with all of you veterans in the audience, some interesting thoughts went through my mind. Let me warn you that I will not be necessarily talking about entirely new materials or new technologies, but rather re-looking at some of the existing materials as also existing established technologies. Let me quickly share with you some examples and slightly elaborate on them to address the theme of the session, which is advanced materials and technologies. The materials that I would like to mention are some examples. First one is the agricultural residues, which are rich in lignocellulose, with cellulose and lignin serving as the valuable renewable feedstocks for major industries such as paints, pharmaceuticals, and more. Different ways of describing. Some people can call it biomass, some people can call it agro residues, whatever. But basically they are nature derived, renewable and available, abundant, very, and especially for a agricultural country like India, there is no shortage. So cellulose can also be converted into syngas. Now this is something which was earlier referred to, and I am aware of the technologies that are available. Syngas, as we all know, has been used for generations using the petrochemical route, but here I am talking about the bio-derived biosyngas, a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, which has traditionally been derived from petrochemical sources. With available technology, this biosyngas can be used to generate renewable electricity or converted into chemicals such as methanol, specifically biomethanol, which is in high demand as the shipping industry is facing increasing pressure to transition to cleaner fuels. Currently, they use a very dirty fuel and they are under pressure to change. Additionally, the sugar industry, this is another example of how so-called waste can be converted to something that is required. The sugar industry, and India has a very large sugar industry, it generates molasses as a byproduct, which, as we already all know, is being converted into ethanol, which has been very much supported by the government to as a substitute for the fossil-derived fuels. Now, notably, this ethanol production process also yields pure CO2. I was in touch with one of the major sugar companies of India, and at one single location, and they have several locations, while they make large quantity of ethanol, something like 500 tons of pure CO2 comes out, which is on the other side generating climate change. So while on one hand they are producing bioethanol, which is a renewable or welcome fuel, they also generate CO2. This CO2 can be converted into, it is already captured and can be converted into biomethanol using available existing technologies. So this is one example of how you can use something which is already there or is a waste which can be converted to something that is required. Another promising bio-based feedstock is seaweed. I was happy, I think Mr. Mukundan mentioned about seaweeds. We have been doing some work on seaweeds. Some of you may know about it, others would like to know about it. As the name suggests, seaweeds grow in the marine environment, in the ocean, and do not require land, fresh water, fertilizers, pesticides, nothing. It's not agriculture. It's in a way agriculture, but without using any land. And the wonderful thing about seaweeds is that it's a very rapid growth cycle. Typically under 50 days, you plant the seeds and within 15 days, the crop comes out. So one of the shortest cycles. And of course, they absorb a great amount of carbon dioxide, which the world needs to do for climate change management, both from the atmosphere as well as from the ocean. So it contributes to the climate change. And of course, what do you do with that is the question. So it's a very large biomass, which is renewable, and it is very versatile resource offering a wide range of derivative products which can be used in the plant and animal nutrition. It is very rich in human food, great nutrition, and it can also be a source of making bioplastics. And there was earlier a reference to what is a bioplastic. Somebody will say my plastic is bioplastic, it is derived from nature. Somebody will say it is biodegradable, so it is bioplastic. But the genuine bioplastic is bio-derived and also biodegradable. So seaweed-derived bioplastics are both bio-derived and biodegradable. So that's a wonderful thing. Now coming to another major old industry which is very large in India, the aluminium industry. I've had some chance to study that. It is a vast and economically very significant industry, generates several byproducts that can serve as valuable sources of critical materials. Thank you. Nice to have you back, Mr. Mukundan. One such byproduct of the aluminium industry is what is called as red mud. Why it is called red mud? Because it is red in color, because it is very rich in iron. Almost 50% of the red mud is iron, about 20-30% is aluminum, which is not recovered from the bauxite. There's also some titanium which the paint industry needs. And last but not the least, it is a very rich source of rare earth minerals or rare earth elements. So it's a wonderful material. The current process used by the aluminum industry is a very old process and can be revisited, and it generates about half the bauxite which is used by the industry becomes red mud. So it's a inefficient process which can be improved upon, and you recover all the valuable products. So as and when the process changes, it will be another thing. But till then, the red mud is anyway being generated, anyway being available. So why not use it as a source of iron, which maybe Tata Steel can use. The aluminum industry can itself use the aluminum which comes out, titanium, paint industry and other industries, and rare earth elements which the whole world needs today. So this is what can come out. Same aluminum industry which is currently using the electrolytic process, what they generate is something which is known as the spent pot liners. The electrolytic cells are aligned with the carbon or with the graphite, and at the end of the cycle, each electrolytic cell does not last very long. So what comes out is what is known as the spent pot liner. It contains significant amount of graphite, a critical component in the battery technologies, which is increasingly in demand but insufficiently produced domestically. I think India needs about 50% more graphite than what it can generate itself. So there's a great demand, and graphite can be used in an industrial way, of not very high purity, but the batteries also need high purity graphite, which can also be produced out of the same waste. And then it can serve the need of the storage batteries, which is used for the EVs and for other things. Additionally, it also contains a mixture of inorganic fluoride salts that can be processed to recover fluorine or HF, hydrofluoric acid, both essential for the fluorine-based chemical industry, which is also a very large specialized industry. The current process used in the aluminum industry, known as the Bayer process, is decades old and offers scope for modernization and greater efficiency. So revisiting this technology would be a good idea to enhance both the sustainability as also the economics of the process. Now coming to another new materials that can be very useful are what is known as the nanomaterials, or made by nanotechnology. As the name suggests, these are materials with extremely small particle size and very large surface area, resulting in much smaller usage compared to the currently available materials. One example that we have looked at is zinc oxide in nanoform. Currently, the tire industry, which is a very large industry, needs about 5% zinc oxide, which they use, the typical industrially produced one. And I believe they are under pressure to reduce the zinc oxide content. So as we have looked at it, if you can make it in nanoform, that 5% can come down to even below 1%. So they save money and they make the tire industry more environmentally friendly. So this is something interesting. Then some chemicals which are used in the semiconductors are fundamentally very simple and already produced by the chemical industry. But what the semiconductor industry and in general the electronic industry needs are very high purity chemicals. You can't just sell the commercially available one. So being able to purify to the required degree is what the industry can get as an opportunity. We have done some work on that, and I can take some credit for bringing the semiconductor industry and the chemical industry together, because when they talk their language, we can't understand. When we talk our chemical language, they can't understand. Sir Kumaresh Mishra is here. He was witness to the MOU that we signed 2 years back between the two industries, the semiconductor industry and the chemical industry. And it is progressing slowly, Mr. Mishra. Hopefully it will move faster now, because it's part of an ecosystem. Nobody knows fully exactly what he or she requires. But it's a great opportunity. Now let me turn to the subject of technologies. What I would like to take you all through is not a new technology per se, but rather reviewing and revisiting, as I mentioned, some of these so-called standard technologies. So last example I have, I'll just share with you. The current large-scale production of caustic soda relies on the salt electrolysis using modular reactors which are located in a centralized location, what can be called as mega project. That's the concept business model, that put up a very large mega project and then supply wherever it is required. In India, we have been mainly producing caustic chlorine, but caustic is the main focus and chlorine is a nuisance byproduct which comes out, which you cannot throw out into air, so you have to dispose it off. So chlorine which gets produced as a byproduct often poses a disposal challenge for them. It is so, what do? They compress it using very high energy, store it in cylinders, send it out hundreds of kilometers away to companies like ours, which use chlorine in a big way. And many times it is used in organic reactions. So you generate half the chlorine comes out as HCl byproduct for which there is no market. So caustic chlorine industry has the problem of disposing chlorine. We have a problem of disposing of the HCl. So the question that I would like to, or the point I would like to suggest is, instead of electrolyzing salt, NaCl, why can't we electrolyze HCl? So you will get chlorine and hydrogen today would be in good demand. So you get two products which are required. Only thing, the business model from a centralized large plant, bring it down to where the chlorine is used. So many GIDC, MIDC estates, industrial estates, which have got many chlorine consumers, you decentralize your operations and go there and then do the same electrolysis at that place. So that's a new business model that I'm suggesting. So to conclude my presentation, these are just some examples and possibilities of putting ourselves as an industry in the context of fulfilling the needs for some of the materials that we produce, while simultaneously moving towards fulfilling new needs for products, while achieving sustainability, as also hopefully better economics. At Excel, we are open to looking at some of these and take them further. We will be happy to collaborate. I would like to once again thank Mr. Mukundan for inviting me, as also the Secretariat, Mr. Suvendu and Manmeet and others for inviting. It was a wonderful show. So thank you, Mr. Mukundan, and welcome you as President, and wish you a happy tenure and a contributing tenure. Thank you.
Just I would like to add to Ashwin sir. Sir, I am also a chemical engineer and I am using your product Nexcel in our industry. Mr. Paluskar was from your side. We had a lot of R&D work for replacing STPP. That was the thing. And regarding Abhishek sir, you talked about the surfactants, green surfactants. Sophrolipids and rhamnolipids are being made by Evonik, but nobody is making in India. If somebody make a trial on that part, it can be a good green surfactant being used in India. It is made from waste, this vegetable oils. So that can be used in all the industry, and we can replace the petrochemicals.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Great.
For being a customer.
Well, great. Thank you everyone for, thank you my panelists for.
Hello. It's a wonderful presentation and speech by Shraf. And I'm from the Phenolics Industries. I'm also a chemical engineer.
Which industry?
Pardon?
You are from which industry?
Phenolics Industries.
Phenolics, okay.
From Maharashtra, Ratnagiri. I'm also a chemical engineer, and I did my master's from IIT Bombay 40 years back. And as he says, the people are not opting for a chemical engineering is one of the reasons why the R&D and innovation is not happening in India. I do agree with his opinion. Apart from that, it's only our own culture is not fostering the R&D. Because every mother and father wanted his son first to be a daughter, engineer or doctor or chartered accountant or going to IAS. But do we are agreeing or asking them why you are not taking up a R&D role? The reason is earlier the teaching field used to have the highest recognition and more compensation. That's gradually died down. That's the reason the people are not going to teaching field and all institutions are not coming out nice innovation or R&D. And as government has put some kind of compulsory on CSR activities to be done by each industry out of their profit, some percentage. Similar to this, if government insists, every industry has to spend on R&D. If you cannot, pull it to a common pool where the fund will be converted to a useful R&D and innovation. From that, it can catalyze great innovations. And one more thing for India, like what sir is explained from biomass, many things. From biomass, if we are able to get petrol, that's going to be the big sea change for India. We don't want it required to import the petrol, diesel, all these things. So that's the time we are all waiting. There could be some innovation from the biomass reaction,
Sir,
able to come back to...
Sorry, I'll interrupt you. I know some of these folks are running out of time. Maybe I can request you to please, pause here. We can have more discussions later.
Okay, thank you. Give me opportunity.
Thank you. Well, thank you, my panel speakers. If I can request audience to give a round of applause to them. Thank you.
Thank you, our distinguished speakers and panelists. May I now request Dr. Maheshwari to kindly give the token of appreciation to our distinguished panel, please. To Mr. Abhishek Srivastava, Managing Director, India, Middle East, Africa, the Lubrizol Corporation.
Sir.
To Mr. Ashwin Shroff, Executive Chairman, Excel Industries Limited.
Sir.
Mr. Amit Bansal, Director, Sales, BASF Process Catalysts. I would request Mr. Shroff, if you could kindly present the token of appreciation to Dr. Maheshwari, please. Thank you, our dear speakers, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. I would now request everybody to kindly join us for the networking tea, please. Thank you so very much.